Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and welcome to the second ever recorded series of Enclave missions that I will be putting to YouTube. This is called Last Train from Narvul. And for this first episode, we have a lovely medley of familiar and new faces alike, all of whom are very deserving of their positions on this mission. First of all, let's hear from Detour.
Hello, my name is David Torres, also known as Detour, and a longtime Enclave player.
Marvelous. And next up, Rich.
Hello, I am Rich Tutulio, player of role-playing games for over 40 years. I know I look youthful, but it's true. Dove into Enclave with both feet and truly enjoying my time.
Yeah.
Never came back up.
And lastly, a new member of the server who has been already making serious waves with great conduiting from all I have heard, Jules.
Hello, I'm Jules, just Jules. And yeah, I've been playing Enclave for, I don't know, maybe 2 months by now, somewhere like that. Time is a construct anyway, so
Well,
yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot.
it's
Both
awesome
the
to have you.
conduiting side and the player side.
That's wonderful to hear. It's really great to have you. And who will you all be playing today? We will begin with Soul.
Yep, so I will be playing Sol. Sol is a shonen. He is a warrior monk from a monastery. He is the right hand of the goddess Seraphel, who is the goddess of fire and justice and purity. So he's very much a dispenser of fiery justice.
And next up, let's hear about Jasper.
Jasper is my lithomancer. He comes from a place where if you truly pursue your craft with diligence and love and zeal, you sometimes manifest powers associated with it. So Jasper, my university-educated geologist and civil engineer, has now suddenly found himself with earth-moving magical powers, and was recruited by the Enclave accordingly.
Perfecto. And lastly, Phoebe.
Phoebe is from a family line who have mostly actually had magical abilities in the realm of illusionists, but she was spared from them for better or worse, who knows. She's a gunslinger who likes to do a little trickery with her appearance to more look like a mage, at least somewhere like that, with her some modified weapons that look more like staffs than guns.
Excellent. And for these three characters, I have the following hellscape. For to begin, let's do a brief summary of the series. This I will give the briefest overview of what I posted. They knew this going in. Less than a year ago, Narvul was a beacon of hope, a miracle of industrialization. The country's populace ascended from sub-medieval conditions to semi-modernity near World War I tech level within a generation, but all that changed when the scarred army attacked. An unrelenting force of merciless devastation, the scarred army amalgamates human bodies with mechanical components wrought of pillaged scrap, turning their victims into fearless, mindless war machines. Narvul is now in free fall. Its military shattered, its government completely collapsed, and its people fleeing in unorganized hordes. In a corner of this grand-scale conflict, a family, the Makul clan, have banded together to help gather as many Narvuli survivors as possible and escort them to an evacuation point on the border of the dying nation. They have secured an armored train, but are ready to stop it to collect any survivors they find along the way. The goal of the series is to successfully escort 100 Narvuli survivors aboard this train to the evacuation point. But this is not going to be a mission of gathering survivors. There will be probably very little opportunity to do so, for this particular episode takes place less than an hour since the Makul clan first secured their armored train, right at the beginning of their voyage, and started towards safety. The Scarred are hot on their heels. What's worse, the train now approaches the Gemas Viaduct, a winding bridge that wraps its way through canyon country completely overrun by Scarred. Heavy combat should be expected from the moment the mission begins. Your goal is to see the train across Gimas Viaduct with as few Narvuli dying as possible. The train engineer, Golmenet, must survive. And the family, the Makul clan, though they are the ones who are actually going to be protecting all of these survivors between missions, and of course it would be very bad if all of them died, they are technically expendable. They are technically more expendable than the survivors. They know it, and they are not afraid of it. Questions! You obviously have a lot more information based on the documents I sent out than I have just mentioned, but if you have any questions, especially pertaining to your characters, fire them away, please.
We'll be starting on the train?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And it's actively moving, presumably.
Oh, yes. And we'll probably be under fire, maybe not from the exact moment you start the mission, but extremely quickly.
How large is the train? How many cars? How connected up? That sort of thing.
Yep. It's comprised of a engine, a tender, and 3 cars. It is a heavily plated vehicle intended for military service. It has a turret-mounted cannon atop the first car with very finite ammo. Other questions?
Do the Scarred Army use vehicles?
They are vehicles in some cases. And vehicles have been observed of them. In the document I sent, I gave a brief overview of some variety of Scarred that this particular group, specifically the en-henmindari, the Makul clan, have interacted with before, and the colloquial names used to refer to them. But you should expect others besides this. The Scarred not only have quite a vast arsenal, but adapt quite quickly to the tech level and the particulars of what they are fighting.
Oh, yes, I see the meat grinder. Exciting.
Other
That's
questions?
one word for it.
Yeah, exactly. Other questions?
Yeah. No further questions.
Excellent.
Nope.
In that case, let us proceed to assembly. Your characters brought together in Enclave HQ. You will know everything that has been gone over both in Q&A and also in the sheets that I sent you in advance. And let us take it from there. Your characters brought together in a beautiful gray decorated assembly chamber within Enclave HQ. Let us get physical appearance and first actions, and we will begin semi-arbitrarily with Phoebe.
Okay. So Phoebe is a young woman in her late 20s with shoulder-length brown hair and some fair skin. If you look closely enough, you can notice her heterochromia. One of her eyes is a soft green and the other one is a bright pink. She's about 5'3" tall and has what looks like... It's actually very difficult to describe what it looks like. It's kind of like a staff with what appears to be blades on it, with a crystal in the center of it. And she has that strapped to her back, wearing some leather-ish, like armor, not really, but like comfortable clothing to move around in that has some, isn't the most flimsiest of clothes. And she would be sitting at the table drinking a cup of tea and just mentally preparing for the mission.
Excellent. Next, let's jump over to Soul. Physical appearance and first actions upon entering, with Phoebe already there.
All right. So yeah, Soul is probably a little bit taller than average height. Tanned skin, golden eyes, which he received when he was blessed by Seraphel. Bald, and wearing just a red gi with sort of a gold trim, and his hachimaki, which has a flaming fist insignia on it. He also has a Jian-style sword strapped across his back. Probably walk in, look around, nod, look at the snacks table, but decide he's not interested.
Absolutely.
Are you prepared for battle?
Of course, of course.
The
Always.
scarred sound fearsome.
That they do. But I'm sure we'll manage it. They may be augmented, but they are not immortal after all. Hopefully.
Certainly hope not.
And lastly, physical appearance from Jasper, and first actions upon entering the assembly chamber and seeing his companions.
Jasper is just a shade under 6 foot tall, black hair, mustache, goatee. He's wearing a red top and brown pants that would perfectly match the Red Rock Canyons that used to be his home and primary place of work. He has got all of the telltale signs of the lithomancer, his great stone gauntlets, a giant hammer casually slung over one shoulder, goggles round his neck ready to be snapped up, and a belt of jagged-looking stones around his waist. And upon walking in, looks at the pair of you. Well, mighty glad to have people looking as formidable as you on a mission like this. Jasper, I'd offer you my hands, but they're full.
Responses from
Soul.
Phoebe first.
Glad to have you here as well, Phoebe. And, well, let's hope to work together well.
And Soul, yes.
Soul, right hand of Seraphel.
From what I'm hearing, I wish you brought the left as well. The scarred sound quite formidable.
Those gauntlets look quite heavy.
You get used to them. Clink, clink. You know?
Holding up his like heavy iron beads, which are his training weights, and he also has like a big heavy iron bead necklace as well. Do you take them off?
Not generally. Tools of the trade, you see.
Interesting. Do you serve a goddess as well?
Jasper thinks on that for a moment. Not really the way of my people. I like to think I serve nature in my way.
There are those that see nature as a goddess in itself.
As the discussion comes to this point, the Enclave attendant that stands with you in the room would turn on a heel and begin to stride from it. You would see the 3 telepads in the far corner spring to life, though as they do so, you would hear a uncharacteristic word come from the attendant as it leaves the room. Good luck. Final actions.
Jasper just kind of...
Soul. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Jasper just watches the attendant leave. That's not a good sign, is it? And just walks to the telepad after that comment.
The Grey Ones do not usually express such sentiments. May the fire of Seraphil burn in your hearts.
We could use all the help we can get for, so let's hope so.
And as the 3 of you take your places atop the telepads, you would feel the now familiar tingling of dissociation beginning in your feet, working its way up your legs, leaving them asleep in its wake. By the time the tingling passes your midsection, your guts churn violently, and then you no longer feel them. When it passes your chest, your heart flutters, and then you no longer feel it beat. And then the tingling passes your eyes, and your vision explodes into ribbons of color. There is a buzzing in your ears. The world falls away, and then there is nothing. And as swiftly as the sensation came, it leaves, and your ears are assaulted by the clamor of unsound-dampened train. There is the clanging of it rushing along the tracks, the chugging of its engines, the distinct groaning and weeping of people, an awful smell like untreated fresh wound that is mixed with a smell of oil and coal. And on top of that, the air is punctuated by the ripping sounds of rifles being fired. You have entered into a train car, the bowels of one. You can see that, judging by its layout, this one is probably the one that houses the turret cannon, given that it has a little porthole up above, leading to a small cupola on the front, on the top, with a little metal ladder leading up to it. Around you, you can see the entrance ahead to one and behind to another. But more notably, you can see that the train doesn't have like those gigantic sliding doors. It has like smaller port-style doors, several of which are popping open, and individuals with rifles are lined up next to them, taking turns popping out and firing and then tucking back to reload, though it seems like their rifles are pretty quick, even if they are single shot. Additionally, there are a handful of other individuals in here who are huddled and weary, several shoddily bandaged, almost all of them on the ground rather than up on their feet. In total, maybe 8 or 9 people in this car, and the sound makes it kind of difficult to determine just how many might be in other cars before or behind. Immediate actions upon porting in. We will begin with triple plus vigor soul.
Right. Yeah, I think the immediate is like look to see if there are any dangers. Hearing all this like gunfire going off, probably like worried about borders or something like that. Where would they be coming in? Like through those port doors, I suppose.
At a best guess, given
like
Soul's very perfunctory look around, yeah, probably those little portholes would be best chance of a border coming in. They're pretty small. He probably wouldn't be able to fit himself out through them, but he has no idea how these things function. There are larger kind of bay-style doors here as well, though just glancing at them, Soul, it's not necessarily Soul's tech level, so I don't know if he could figure out how to open them without doing a little bit of thunking around or getting help.
Yep. Then probably just shout out to some of the huddled figures. Fear not. We're here to help.
Soul's voice would also draw the eyes of several of the rifle-armed individuals. They don't look afraid, nor do they even necessarily look suspicious. Soul would recognize the look in their eyes, maybe better than the other two would. It's a look of kind of calm conviction. And you can immediately tell who are en-henmindari of the Makul clan and who are not, because they wear incredibly heavy kind of balaclava-style face gear that only exposes their eyes and the bridges of their noses. So several of their sets of curious eyes would dart to him as they are busily reloading their rifles before swapping back into place to fire. Quick follow-ups from Soul before we jump back over to Phoebe.
If he can, just try and like get a look out one of the doors to see how close the enemy is.
Yeah, left or right side?
Left.
Yep, totally. And shuffling over to the left side, the train is obviously moving quite fast and isn't necessarily being super careful on turns, and as such, it would take a moment or two to acquire balance, especially for Soul not being used to such things, but he does have a plus to reflex, and is, it's not going to be the hardest thing in the world for him. But as he makes his way over to one of the windows, the Makul who is at this window kind of like ducks to the side to give him look out, and he can see that next to the train track there is what I would describe as like a shelf of dusty earth with like a sheer plunge right beyond it. Looking beyond, there's the gorgeous vista of these lovely spiraling canyons that lace off in every which direction. They look dry, they look desertified, and they also look absolutely despoiled with scarred. You can see movement and glints of old metal like shifting all across them. But also, on that shoulder right outside of the train, you can see one's right there already. Immediately from briefing, you would recognize one of what were described as meat grinders. Again, the way I'd describe it would be like a motorcycle plus a steamroller with like a great awful barrel in front full of nasty hooks to just plow through anything in its path. But it's made of people, right? It's engineered parts with tissue as the connections between. And atop this awful thing, you can see that there are others that are holding on to it, roaring and bellowing, their faces so horribly distorted and raw and red that they only barely look even slightly reminiscent of humans. Before we go further with Soul, however, immediate actions from Phoebe upon porting in.
Phoebe would look around at first to like get a bearing of, okay, where's the people that we need to protect? Where's the people who will fight with us? Just get a look over the situation before seeing Soul walk over to the left door. She would walk over to the right door to look out from there, both to like get a different perspective and also not be in the way as much.
Yeah, absolutely. The right side, whereas the left side looked out across that beautiful vista, the right side looks pretty much directly into a sheer cliff wall going up. This right side has very little shelf, so there's fewer scarred on this side, and yet still the riflemen on this side are looking up and are keeping close vigilance. You do not see any immediate enemies, though you do see the recent signs of oil and blood and other awful fluids scarring and painting the surface of the pristine rock, with blue sky up above beyond and dust heavy in the air. Immediate follow-ups.
She would, upon seeing this, she would look over to the nearest rifleman and speak up. They attack from above there as well, sometimes. How often?
And
roughly?
the en-henmindari nods and would say in like a low tone, difficult to predict. They come in waves at times. Pull us to one side, then attack from the other. They usually hit harder from this side, but with fewer troops.
Okay. So we should make sure that either someone is always over here, or if we notice them, like any kind of pattern to like take a look.
As you do so, the rifleman follows up. We try to position up on top of the train cars well, full visibility, but very dangerous.
Okay. That sounds like a decent strategy. I'll let the others know of that.
He says, do you need a gun?
Oh, I have plenty myself, as she would point at her back with the staff rifle on it.
Yeah, and you can see that
The others might, but
Oh, pardon?
the others might need some if they want to, but I'm all set.
You see that he looks puzzled for just the smallest bit of a moment. You see that his strange wear, it's like wrappings around his face. He'd actually pull the upper one down over his eyes for like all of 3 seconds, whisper something that sounds like a prayer before pushing it back up out of his eyes and looking back out of the window. Follow-ups from Phoebe.
She would walk over to Soul and go like, are you good with, defending yourself? Because one of the riflemen said that up on top of the cart is a very good spot to like see everything, but you're an easier target too. You look pretty buff, but so maybe you or Jasper could take that position.
Nods. I can take the position if need be.
All right.
Before
They also offered weapons.
Oh yeah, what would Soul respond to that with?
I guess he sees they're using guns, right? And he's like,
Oh yeah.
Too slow.
Okay.
Before we go further, Jasper, as your teammates are springing into action concurrently, what would be Jasper's first actions?
Okay, first thing he does is snap his goggles into position. And goes forward to the door that seems to be leading forward on the train, if he could tell from in here, and basically asks the rifleman in the area, who's guarding the engineer?
The rifleman, rather than like yell back to you, would give a signal of 3 and then brings his hand into like an obvious trigger position.
Okay. Good to know. From here, he's just kind of doing what the other two did, looking out the window going, ah! Or, whatever vocalization seems appropriate, depending on which side he picks.
Yeah, quite. On the right side, it's nice, comfy, cozy, beautiful, striated canyon. On the left, screaming death and lovely vista beyond.
Indeed. While doing that, though, he does bring one of his feet down on the train in a test of his tremor sense to see if it does anything inside an armored train.
Yep, absolutely. And as he sends out this little test, he would find something maybe as a pleasant surprise. He has a lot better of a tremor sense here than maybe would be anticipated. It's not immediately clear why, but the train seems to have more of a connection to the ground than perhaps it would be expected a rolling vehicle would.
All right. Well, that's useful. All right.
Follow-ups from Jasper.
Again, to the men around. This one, he probably might need words, but it's like, if I try and make it to the engine car, how likely they are to jump me?
And you get a hand symbol that would look kind of like this. It's not immediately clear what that would... Actually, tell a lie. You have a +2 intelligence.
I do.
Yeah, that certainly doesn't look like someone killing you. And so at best guess, all clear.
Okay. Good. Because that's the one part of our mission. The train engineer's got to survive. One of us needs to be up there with him. And I'm the one best able to put a rock body between him and whatever makes it in there.
Would either of your teammates have any response to this pronouncement?
Makes sense.
Yeah. Fine by me.
Follow-ups then. Would Jasper open the train car door and move to the next?
With the yes, he's going to move forward on the train.
Yep. The train car door is quite heavily bolted, but it's like a pretty simple, like, shunk to the side of one, like, handle thing and then pulling it out of the way. And as soon as you step through, it kind of, like, closes behind you naturally. And you hear, like, a little, as it, like, pops its, the hinge or the hook back into place. And you find yourself on like, the coupling walk between this last armored car and the tender where they store the coal and water. The tender is also armored, but it's mostly trying to have room for coal and water. And as such, it's more like the walk space is like a sheltered catwalk that gets you through into the coal and water spaces as needed, but also cuts straight through to the back of the engine. It's obviously much more exposed to the elements, and would also give Jasper a full view of the upper skyline areas. To that end, he can see that up ahead in the cliffing, like the cliffy parts on your right, there are strange overhangs that don't look like rocks. And also to the left, he sees a lot of dust in the air, like a pretty inordinate amount of dust, possibly a storm, possibly kick up, not immediately obvious. Actions he'd like to take, or is he just pushing through to the engine right away?
When you said the overhangs that don't look like rocks, that has catch Jasper's attention. Can you see anything more of that while focusing on it?
Yeah, the way is he from like sounds like he's from kind of a modern-ish sort of.
He's from basically a modern tech level. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It would look to him like cranes.
Okay. All right. That's considering what I know of what these creatures can do with an amalgamation of flesh and metal. That disturbs him.
Quite.
But Okay, so he's trying to basically keep it. I'm still pushing towards the engine, but yeah, he keeps getting a swivel eye looking at those things to see if they start moving.
Yeah, absolutely. So with his eyes up towards the high cliffs, the only other thing that might draw him away from that is besides the there's popping of firearms and there's the noise of the
Right.
train. All of that's very loud. But beyond that, he would also hear a colossal boom from directly behind him as the upper turret fires, and you hear the like kind of distant call and response boom of wherever its shell hits and then presumably detonates.
Okay.
It doesn't detonate that far away, he would note. Not like right next to the train, but probably just shortly behind it. Maybe not enough to like stop him from moving, but definitely enough to like, oh god, jerk his eye away because it's loud.
Definitely. Right. Yeah, no, it fully. What the? All right. Good, not dead. Train's still here. Okay, moving forward.
Yep. And as he gets to the back of the locomotive, it has another again like heavy hatch. Immediately trying what seems to be an obvious handle, it is locked, but it has like a pull next to it. It almost looks like an old timey bell pull.
Okay, I'll give it a ring.
Yep. And after a moment, you would see like a metal slot like open at eye level. The metal slot opens like, I don't know if Jasper would try to talk or say anything, but like if so, he wouldn't even open his mouth before it would close and the door would open for him.
Works for me. All right, I hop in, happy to not be exposed to the elements and everything else.
Yep. The person inside throws an arm like behind you to like usher you in before getting the door shut. It's substantially heavier than even the one that you came from. And now inside of the locomotive, obviously, you have the churning engine and internals of the train, which makes it quite loud. But you can also see up ahead, there is the main cabin of the train, wherein is camped out not only another duo of riflemen alongside the one that escorted you inside, but also how to describe this? A man probably in his 50s who looks so stressed that he almost looks like he's going to keel over and pass out. Like his whole body is just rigid. He's in a wildly uncomfortable hunch forward position, grasping onto the train's like controls for dear life.
That seems warranted. Yeah, Jasper, nods to the rifleman and walks up to the engineer. And it's like, hell of a job moving this all by yourself.
What?
Hi.
What do you want?
Help, man. Well, judging by your gauges over here, I'd like to know how steam levels are holding, and basically start talking train knowledgeable. He's got a little bit of help.
And as you do so, the man calms down after like a couple moments of this and would nod and bob his head and start to almost like to himself start talking. We're at the beginning of the viaduct and we're about to hit the skyway over a high gorge, nothing on either side but completely exposed for missile attack, which we know they have. We're probably going to get blasted off of the side of the track. Even if they hit the support struts, we're probably going down at that point. It's a miracle they haven't taken out the track to this point, but perhaps they haven't thought to do so yet.
Is there a place in this train where I can look out and see ahead of us as we're traveling?
And he would gesture out the front windscreen of the vehicle. He says, doesn't look up well, though. They attack from up sometime.
All right. Well, for right this second, Jasper's going to park himself in the view screen. If I see something happening to the tracks ahead of us, I want to know as soon as I can.
Oh, yeah. And now that you have actually a good view of the tracks ahead of you, there's quite a few things ready and waiting. You obviously have the shelf of flat earth to your left. You have the sheer cliffs to the right. And up ahead, you can see the point where the track kind of starts to turn and go out onto this beautiful aqueduct-style bridge. It looks old. It looks quite old, even. And to Jasper's engineering brain, it's quite a lovely piece of work, especially given that it looks like it was made hundreds of years ago, even, and is now being repurposed to carry frickin' trains. That said, it's also incredibly spindly for purposes of a military operation. And lining like the way leading up to the bridge, there are droves of Scarred, though fortunately they don't seem to be doing anything more particular than just running at the train and getting smashed to the side. Nor do they have any substantial enough mass to stop it, at least from what you can see up ahead. But they are tenacious little buggers and are flinging themselves at it for reasons Jasper can only maybe assume at now are pure zombie-esque horde mentality. Though I don't know if he would have any other thoughts on the topic. Other things that are in Jasper's mind before we jump back to Sol and Phoebe.
Oh, just the general thought that it only takes a penny to derail a train. So even these things jumping in front of him is a concern.
Right. And as he is thinking this, we are going to jump back over, as mentioned, to Sol and Phoebe. Let's start with Phoebe. After conferring briefly with Sol, Jasper has headed out towards the front of the train. Actions you would like to take from here.
So you said that there's areas where the riflemen are shooting from, that they, like, not just from the carts, right? From the car windows.
They mentioned that you can take a position on the roof, but it's very exposed and dangerous. You cannot see any other places besides that, excepting the turret where they have the big gun. It's like a cupola, but maybe that's just for the gun. You can't see it.
Okay. Is there a free window to the left where more of the Scarred are?
You can see that there's a few closed, but they look like they could easily be popped open.
Okay, then she would head over to one of the closed ones and open it up to take position, taking her staff rifle off her shoulders and taking position to get a bit of a better look at them as the crystal starts to spin and zoom in her vision.
Yeah, absolutely. And as she is doing so, the ones that are actually able to keep pace with the train are relatively few in number. It's pretty much just like a handful of meat grinders that have some like borders ready to go on them. Yeah. That said, she does see that there's many more than just those. They just seem to be either just throwing themselves at the train or having already thrown themselves at the train and have either been smashed to pieces or have been bashed off to the side or something of that nature. Any other specifics that she would be looking for about them besides, I mean, I'm sure her eyes to some degree would be drawn to the horrible twisted quality of their faces and the awful way that flesh is soldered to metal, but what specifics is she going for?
She would look if there are any types that she has not been briefed on, like any of them that look nothing like the descriptions that she's been given.
Yeah, totally. And as she's like looking and piecing between them, it seems that most of the ones she is seeing seem to have a single human body as the base, is the best way I'll put it. The exception to this would be the meat grinders, which typically look like maybe 2 or 3, though it's not necessarily clear, and that kind of makes it all the more awful. That said, as she is like quickly scanning between, seeing what she can see, there is one other exception to this, where she can see that there is, on the back of one of the meat grinders, a strange looking one that, this is going to be truly horrible description, so bear with me here. Imagine a fiddler crab physiognomy where a human body out of one arm has pretty much another whole human body's worth of biomass protruding, ending in a colossal metallic grasper.
Horrifying, yeah.
Indeed. And you can see that this one is like, again, holding on to the back of the meat grinder, almost cavalry-esque, though clearly nowhere near in control of it. And you can see its wretched, twisted, plated face is scanning the exterior of the train. As Phoebe is looking, the other thing that she would note is that all of the Scarred have mouths, and all of the mouths are bellowing. It's not a scream, it's a roar. And it's a roar that almost matches the tone of the train in how deep and thrumming and omnipresent it is. It's almost like they don't have to draw breath to yell.
Mm-hmm. She would take in the sights and seeing this unknown abomination, quite frankly, she would take aim at, you said from one of the arms, there's a lot more mass than the other one, and the other one is
Vastly.
holding on to it.
Yeah, the normal arm is holding on. The other arm has like a whole person's worth of biomass.
Is the normal arm looking like it's mostly metal or mostly flesh, like 50-50-ish?
About 50-50.
Okay, she would try to aim for the wrist area of the normal arm before letting loose a shot to try and weaken the grip. Maybe it lets even go.
Totally. Now, given that she has such an unusual skin on her gun, what does it look like when Phoebe shoots?
So it looks similar as like the crystal in the middle, the purple crystal is starts spinning both when she's zooming in and also right before she lets loose a shot. It starts to spin as almost like this. It doesn't even look like a bullet. It looks more like energy is being drawn towards it before a bright flash of purple light is let loose
Yeah.
and aiming to strike.
What does it sound like?
It's surprisingly, I mean, it's probably not really that easily heard given all the other noises, but it sounds like almost like a battery being charged, like when something's being charged, that very quiet like hum and thrum of electricity that's being pulled closer and slowly like growing in volume over a second or so before shooting out.
Yeah, absolutely. And as your shot fires out, it whips through the air, and it takes the scarred through the wrist. You would see that the hand where you have struck, it's not that it lets go in pain. It's that you've kind of detached a section of hand with the shot, and the scarred falls away in kind of a surprising manner. A human shot in that way would not lose the hand. It's almost like you knocked a piece off, for want of a better term. The scarred goes over backwards and lands in a heap and, tumbles ass over tea kettle, leaving an awful meat crayon streak across the ground in its track, and then gets hit by the meat grinder driving behind it and is pulped. But this does not stop them. It does not slow them. And the one thing that you would note, however, is that when you fired off that strange blast, it has a particular look to it, it has a particular quality to it. And the meat grinder that the scarred was riding on, its head, because it does have a head, turns around, kind of like cock over its shoulders, to look and see what happened as best it can. I'm not going to say a curiosity there, it's still screaming and it's still driving. But it is not a mindless action. Follow-ups from Phoebe before we jump back to Soul. Also, as soon as she takes the shot, she hears an enormous kaboom from directly above her as the turret fires. It shakes the entire car when it does so. Follow-ups from her?
She would note down that curious look with a lot of concern, like mentally note it down, and before stepping next to the window to reload her rifle, and she would take position again to take the next shot at the most nearby enemy.
Yep, absolutely. She notices as she's doing so that the en-henmindari do not come over to join her in this position. They're staying in their little firing groups. But it doesn't seem as though that is because they are not trying to work with her. They just have a very particular way of doing things at a best guess. I'm going to be asking you about how you will prioritize future shots in a moment, but before I do so, Soul, jumping back to you a little bit back in time. Before Phoebe starts shooting, what would Soul like to be doing?
All right. Just quickly remind me, Phoebe had told Saul to be expecting a wave on the side that he was on. Was that correct? Something to that effect? Hold down the line where he was?
I think that if I recall correctly, the only thing Phoebe had mentioned, or might have mentioned, is the fact that on the right, sometimes they will come in hard from above. Is that correct, Jules, or am I missing something there?
She would have mentioned it, even if I forgot to mention it, but she would have definitely let Sol know about that.
Yeah.
And also about like the position up top.
Okay. Then yeah, probably ask one of the guys nearby, how can I get up top? I need to be
And
clear of your men.
and as you do so, they bring up a hand, point to the door that Jasper has just closed behind him, and then, after pointing to the door, hooks the finger to the right.
Nods and heads that way.
As he is going over and would like, fortunately he's seen how Jasper pulled open the door, so even though it's like maybe not the most intuitive thing for Soul, he can do so and slide it open. He would see Jasper kind of up ahead of him, moving through the covered archway of the tender. And you would find that, as with on many train coupling platforms, there's like a little balcony on either side that allows you to access certain parts of the train's exterior, with, sure enough, a utility ladder on the right hand.
All right, yeah. Heading up the ladder.
And as he climbs his way up onto the top, Soul is alone among the group, able to see the entire panorama of carnage for the first time. He gets to see the scarred in front of the train throwing themselves at it. He sees the strange constructs up high on the cliffs up ahead, looking kind of like cranes. He sees the throng that are mobbing the left-hand side with the higher speed. He sees the scarred flooding through the beautiful vistas of the canyon like water in the distance. And also, he sees their pursuers, because he can look past the other two cars to the back of the train. There are thousands of scarred chasing. They can't chase very fast in some cases, but there are so many of them, it almost looks like an organized march or parade. Even though they rush in a great shambling mass, again, more like water than anything else, and the path where the train has passed is littered with their destroyed, pulped bodies. Immediate actions from Soul upon getting up here.
Honestly, I think he would kind of be taking this all in, obviously in horror, as just absorbing all of this like tidal wave of wrongness. As I mentioned, being a sort of champion of justice, right? Having these people getting like, twisted beyond their will and their normal and natural forms is quite horrible. And so kind of feeling that rage starting to well up in him, he's gonna kneel down, kind of like trying to think of what the term is. There's like a yoga pose name for this or something, but like putting his hands down, like forehead down onto the top of the train.
Yeah,
really
feels kind of rumbling below him.
Yeah, and begin to sort of like be muttering a prayer of sorts beneath his breath, just, Zerfel, your justice will spread through these vile ranks like a wildfire, purging their wickedness from this land. And then he's going to stand up with a shout of abominations, activating his gi. So this is a aura, fiery aura around myself, and then begin to gather it in front of him in a large ball as I begin an ultimate strike.
Absolutely. As Soul is doing so and beginning to try to concert himself for an ultimate strike, he would hear a faint whistling high in the air. It's thin and reedy and incredibly aggravating.
Hmm. I think he has spent enough time meditating that he would probably be able to ignore it and focus on his
And as he is concentrating,
gatherings.
he would even it doesn't break his concentration, but he would see the cupola of the armored turret kind of like turning to like a little ways in front of him and starting to aim its great barrel upwards.
Interesting. I should probably be worried about that, but he is focused. He is, gathering this fireball in front of him. And when he is like reached a sufficient size, he is kind of, I think, aiming for the horde. That is like most numerous, I'm imagining.
Oh, by
Then
far.
begin his purifying pyroclasm.
Sick. And as he unleashes the great fireball, powered by his burning sense of justice and wrath, it like spills over the backmost cars of the train and flies into the ranks of the scarred. It blasts among them, and for a moment, just a moment, you can't see them. But then you hear as the turret goes off next to you. This is loud enough and sudden enough that I'm not going to say that Soul would like drop or anything from the noise, but he would be deafened, completely deafened for like a couple seconds, ears ringing. This is a cannon going off next to him without him knowing about it, right? But the sound of the blast of the turret is followed by another sound loud enough that it would actually still be audible despite him being temporarily deafened, like a boom, boom, like even louder one. The sky is lit up as the cannon strikes something high up that detonates so wildly and violently that it parts the dust clouds temporarily and gives a streak of light that like from the sun that it actually manages to hit the car that Soul is on.
What was it?
And looking up, he can see nothing but strange, lingering, fiery plumes that just kind of like drift like oil motes on top of a still sea. But follow-ups from Soul as he is after doing so. Obviously, I'm sure that to some degree his spirits are up and his chest is heaving, even if he can't necessarily hear anything. What would he like to do?
Yeah, probably. Try and clear my ears for a moment. Is there an operator in the turret?
Presumably. I don't know if Soul would like maybe not, but he can't see them. It's covered.
Yeah,
and so he'd have to be like
fully
dong
covered.
dong dong like anyone home. But
Is there anything else flying?
looking up to the sky, nothing flying, but he sees those strange crane shapes up ahead overlooking the cliff, and he sees, if to him it would look like big fishing rods made of metal. And he can see their long lines starting to cast down into the path of the train.
He would definitely recognize that this is a clear threat. Probably try and shout it out to his compatriots. Not sure how far along Jasper is, and it is quite loud, and I do not have vitality.
Precisely. Soul does not see Jasper, but he can give it a try if he wants.
Yeah, just try and shout out, like, giant fish hooks ahead!
And as he says this, what would he like to do?
Yeah, I think he's smart enough to realize that he's going to have to act here. He is going to jump off the train and activate his flying cloud.
Yep.
To catch me as I fall and zip on ahead toward the hooks.
Yep, certainly. And as you start to fly towards them, you start to see more of their appearance. As you might imagine, it's horrific. Imagine an arm branching into another arm, branching into another arm, into infinity, each of whose hands are made of great spiraled claws that hook like clamps. And it's almost like a chain of hook-fingered arms. that reach down and sometimes branch into multiple sets of arms working together. You can't tell where they come from, like you can't tell the base upon which they stand, but they are dangled down almost like cat o' nine tails in small clusters from incredibly robust looking metal columns that jut out from the side overlooking the cliff. As you fly out on your cloud, given that it's the flying cloud's pretty fast, and also Sol has Trip's vigor to give it a nice head start, the train is moving fast, and he was on it, so he's moving a little bit faster than it and can get out ahead of it. What would he like to do as he is approaching the first cluster of these strange descending hook masses?
Yeah, I think my goal here is I'm going to draw my sword, Ancestral Blade. My aura is currently active, so I have some fire. I'm going to use it to just like draw my hand along the blade to activate it. I do need a short prayer here. Give me a moment while I think of that.
Totally.
Yeah, I think you see where this is going.
I do see where it's going, but I'll give you a moment to think up that prayer. We're going to jump back to Phoebe, then to Jasper. Phoebe, on your side, you said you were going to start moving in and taking future shots. Tell me what you're prioritizing. Tell me what other information you're gathering, and tell me if you have any other positions that you would want to take.
She would be prioritizing in descending order the most nearby enemy. If there's any enemies that look different, then she would be taking a closer look at those before taking a shot at them. Yeah, otherwise just the most nearby enemy that she can see, she would try to hinder them from getting close enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And my other two other questions in that regard. First of all, are you being in any way stingy with ammo here, or are you just taking shots when you have them?
I think that she's not gonna be stingy with ammo, not currently at the very least, since if the other riflemen, they have rifles, so they presumably also have ammo. So if she does run out, she can probably ask for more, even with the skin being, but that's probably a way.
And the other question I had is, where are you aiming? Because obviously these things come in a great many shapes and sizes. The hitting that joint where it was grabbing was clearly a good idea, but obviously you're probably not going to get as perfect a situation as that. So where are you going to be focusing?
Yeah. She's gonna be mostly focusing, like any enemies that are atop, like meat grinders. She would be trying to either also shoot them off the meat grinders, either by aiming at the wrist, or if she misses, then maybe aiming at the meat grinder section where they would be holding on to. And any enemies that aren't on vehicles, she would just be trying to, like, knee-ish area to, like, inhibit their further progress.
Absolutely. And as she has taken like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots over the course of like 10, maybe 15 seconds, she's dropping them. She's slowing them down, which for purposes of this mission is as good as dead. But as she is doing so, on her just after her 5th shot, she would hear the door from the back of the train entering this car open. And she would see it's not an en-henmindari, it's a Narvuli, like a trio of them come rushing through, and she's she's quite close to them. She's closer to them than the other en-henmindari are, and as such, while she can't hear them given all the noise, she can read their lips as they are yelling, "Borders! Borders in the back!"
Okay. Yeah, given that information, she would start heading towards the back to see what exactly is going on. Like, borders very much sounding like some of the Scout have made it close enough to get on the train, which terrible. That would not be very good for them to remain there.
Yeah. And so in this case, as she is she just gonna like push back and like sprint through to the back of the train? Like, tell me how she's approaching here.
Um, she wouldn't sprint because she would take some caution so that she doesn't get surprised by just sprinting into a room and they're there. So she would take some caution, but she would basically be power walking, is how I would describe it. Like,
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a good thing too. The cover, like the hitch, the hitch platform that connects car one to car two is completely covered, and as such, she has a no risk as she goes between those. Entering car two, there's no enemies there as well. But as she is going from car two to car three, the fact that she's going slowly proves invaluable. The covered section that of like walkway that goes from one train car to another, you see is being carved open from the left side, or now that she's facing the back of the train, it's now her right side. It is made of like a it's not a flexible metal, but it's like a set of segmented metal plates that can move together and allow the train to take turns without it opening up. And she can see a buzzsaw blade heated with brilliant fire carving its way through with another couple of great metal tines jammed through another side, as though a Skard has clung to it and stuck its fingers through the metal and is now trying to hack it open. Action she would like to take. She obviously is only seeing the protruding blades.
She would be putting her rifle back on her shoulder since this feels like a situation where it's not as valuable before basically like sidestepping a bit so that she can actually see the Skard that's currently doing this damage.
Yeah, in order to do so, of course, she will need to like get back to one of the window areas, probably in the second car. Does she wish to do so?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
As she goes up to it and now opens up the hatch, she is greeted. She's not quite face to face, but she's almost face to face with not just one but three Skard. She recognizes one of the varieties. It's the gigantic arm one, not the same one that she blasted earlier. Not that she can necessarily tell, but it's of that same family. And there are two other Skard who have hooked onto it, almost like climbers who are connected to each other by carabiners. And who are also trying their absolute damnness to like hack open the train alongside it. And she's right next to them.
okay. Yeah, she would take like not even a second, but like just a moment to get a look at them before like putting her hand to her waist and then quickly putting it up again with her revolver not being in her hand, activating shootout before just starting to blast them, like
Yeah.
are aiming at mostly the arms that are holding onto the card and trying to carve it open, like at any fleshy bits there.
Yeah, an excellent work there, acknowledging the moment needed for the shootout too. That's excellent. As you start blasting, you see their horrible faces turn towards you, screaming and roaring. A few will try to scrabble in your direction, but given that you're already targeting limbs, they don't even have the opportunity to reach for you as you are blasting them off of the side of the train. The one exception being the one with the giant oversized arm. The oversized arm, which is the fingers of which you saw from the inside of the train, given that it pierced it, the oversized arm is so thick and vast that there's not a single point on it that even shooting multiple shots into it seems even close to breaking. You can get the buzzsaw arm off, that's good at least, but this gigantic border, even after the other two have been blasted off of the train, is repositioning itself around that massive arm, almost moving over its own arm, like tucking its legs in place to get over its arm to get closer to you, even though it doesn't have another limb to work with at the moment.
Okay. She would take a step back before seeing that attacking the arm didn't work. She would instead be aiming towards torso and head area to hope. Like she's heard of zombies before. Like some of them can be, I don't know, some of them can be dealt with by, destroying their head. Maybe.
Yeah. And your shots blast out chunks from its head. It's disgusting. It kind of leaves sections of distorted metal plate behind, but I'm guessing you're kind of focusing on like zombie areas, like head and stuff, like forehead and stuff.
Yeah, head and most of the head,
Yeah.
forehead.
And you actually wipe out pretty much everything above the nasal bridge within like the span of 3 seconds. Bam, 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 just leaving twisted metal behind. And it is still trying to shove its head through the hole, like the porthole, still screaming and like roaring at the top of its lungs. You hear people in the room around you screaming in terror and starting to cluster like as far away from it as possible, trying to rush towards like the entrance from car 2 to car 1 and are forming a scrum at the door.
She does feel a bit of a panic, like trying to well up in her chest area, but she takes a deep breath between her shots. Given that it's screaming, maybe targeting the mouth area would be, but she would be like trying to keep herself calm, both to like not accidentally misfire, but also to like, not really signal, like kind of signalize to the people around that at least she's pretending that she's got this.
Yeah. And firing off 2 shots into its awful mouth, you hear finally that scream is cut short. And it falls backwards, hanging from the train by its awful claw, but at least not moving, as it dangles like those stupid cans you see in old movies when couples get married that you tie on the back of the truck. It's like or one of those, just dangling off the side, clattering against the side of the train. That said, the people inside of the car, they haven't stopped to look to see whether you've got it. People are still cramming their way out and are like honestly forming kind of a dangerous pileup. What would you like to do?
Well, she doesn't really have anything that immediately comes to mind to actually get this thing off. So she would turn to the people in the car and like take another deep breath before shouting out, "It's all right. The danger has been dealt with. There is no need to panic. The 3 of us, me and my 2 colleagues, we have the situation under control. You will be safe and sound for this part of the trip."
As she's saying so, vitality check.
Baseline.
Oh dear. And because between the sound of the train and the sound of the screaming people and their panic, and also Phoebe's, I mean, she's not like the most like voicey person out there. Between all of that, it doesn't even catch a single person, and the pileup continues between the entrances to car 1 and car 2. Before we go further with Phoebe, however, we're going to jump back over to Jasper and then back to Soul. Jasper up with the engineer, talking with him about train stuff. Things that Jasper would like to do at this point.
Okay, well, I had stated previously that I had moved basically to the windscreen looking ahead of us for anything that is coming at the potential to derail the train. Do I see anything about those crane things off to the side from my current position?
Crane things are mostly obstructed by the angle of the windscreen.
Okay.
That said, in terms of things that might derail the train, obviously there's a great number of scarred, and they do have a lot of sharp, nasty, shitty metal bits. But among all of that, there is one other more interesting thing that you notice up ahead. Right at the point where the train would pass from this like shoulder of a cliff onto that great big aqueduct type thing, you can see that up ahead there is a cluster of a dozen, maybe 20 scarred that are not charging. They're holding position, and they have a different body shape than the ones you've seen before, though they don't look like they could stop a train.
A lot of things that don't look like they could stop a train could stop a train. All right. I call out to either the engineer or the two gunmen in the car. Is there a way for me to get up top from here?
And as you do so, one of the gunmen would look to you and nod, and she gives a hand signal of 1, then 2, and then she points up and to her left.
Okay. I was able to interpret their hand signs before. What do I think she means?
This one's a little more. This one's a little more opaque. Any immediate guesses from Jasper?
Not really. No. Aside from get out and get up, I guess.
Yeah, up and to the left. Well, the one other thing that he may note is that he was escorted in here by a third gunman who is now not there.
Mm. Yeah, that's not helping. Jasper's just going to see if he can get himself out through that door, because I doubt I'm going through the ceiling from in here.
Yeah,
so it's
absolutely.
got to be a way outside.
And as he's like making his way out to the door and kind of like argues with it for a moment, it's a more heavy duty one than the others, and so it takes him a little while to peel it open, peeling it open. There is indeed another, like a utility ladder right outside that leads up onto the roof of the locomotive.
Okay. Jasper will climb up and see what he can see.
And he can see the third gunman that initially let him in is up high on the locomotive, completely flat on the ground with a long-barreled rifle looking forwards.
Okay. I kind of lean down next to him. Can I see that cluster that I was worried about from up here?
Yeah, the rifle is trained on it as well.
Okay. I lean down. Fire a shot. I want to see what happens.
And without even questioning it, the gunman shoots. You can see, like, looking into the group in the distance, you don't see any, like, keel over or anything like that. You barely even see movement among them. Their builds are broad, and they're kind of positioned in a way that's somewhat low to the ground. Think of them like halfbacks, like football halfbacks in terms of their builds. Bigger even than that, but also kind of lower set.
That's a wall. Okay. Jasper is, well, going to get himself a good position to just see where they're at. His idea, what he wants to do, is basically reach out with tremor sense and get an extension from the nearby wall and just sweep them from the path ahead.
Yeah, that's actually really cool. And also, tremor sense, it would be great if you could touch the ground rather than having to go through the train. The train isn't the worst, but it would be great if you could touch the ground. What are you thinking?
Yeah. Well, at this point, I'm going with geomorph to move the thing, so I don't necessarily need to be in contact with the ground for that, do I?
Geomorph does want an impact with the ground, but as many lithomancers have found out, a circling stone will work.
All right, then. Pop the circling stone. Get my contact there with one of the earth, basically clutching one of them in my hands. Using that to extend my will outwards into the wall and sweep out.
Absolutely. And so in this case, since you want like an impact with the land, would this be like a tossing the circling stone in that direction, or are you trying to do it purely remotely, which is a lot harder?
No, I'm trying to throw the stone, have that be my impact against the earth as the triggering action.
Yep. And as the stone whizzes out and strikes against the thing, you're trying to, again, you wanted to make like a sweeping shelf, like shove them out of the way.
Basically, yes.
Now the big question is, actually, this is a 2 seconds from now question. But as you can see the rock kind of bend and jut, and you can see that the scarred are shoved out of the way. Obviously, the track is very close to the wall, so you don't have to extend like a 30-foot thing or anything like that to get it. But it's still a pretty substantial geomorph, not a massive one by any means, but substantial. Question is, how do you want to retract it?
Ideally, turn it to dust, but if I don't have that option, I am just trying to let's see. The best way to do it, honestly, is to just cut it off at the base and let it fall away.
Yeah, how would you want to try to do so?
My geomorph that put it out will not be able to move it further. I'm not understanding.
Oh, that's an interesting thing. Okay, so yeah, the
It
idea...
says thematically linked paired action, and including things. I want to pull it out and push it out and pull it back.
Okay, yeah, so just like push it out and just completely pull it back.
Yes.
Nice, absolutely. As Jasper is doing so, following the final shift of the stone coming back to where it was, it's a substantial effort because it is obviously quite a big piece of earth that you are then also fully reverting. By the time he's like back to his senses, he sees that the en-henmindari is now on their feet, having reloaded their gun, and is just looking at him. You know, it's an inquisitive look, given that he has done something exceptional enough to break their attention from the battle.
That's why I'm sent here. It's my gift.
Just a singular nod. And then a very, very soft, gentle voice that you can barely hear over the train. Good gift.
It has its uses.
Now, as he is saying this, this would be the point at which Soul would go blurring past Jasper on his flying cloud, like racing up towards the now descending like angler lines. Jasper, actions you would like to take, given that you now know Soul is covering those. Oh, pardon, Jasper. Actions you would like to take as Soul like rushes.
And I see him whizzing by.
Yeah, exactly.
Aside from seeing what's got him in such a hurry, because I'm not brave enough to like try and jump on behind or anything.
Oh God, no. Yeah, you would see
I'm
that
just trying to see where's his destination.
He's going in front of the train and a little up, going towards those cranes that you noted earlier.
I can see them now. Okay.
Yes, since you're on top of the train, you can see them perfectly.
I'm just going to keep tracking him. See, I don't know what assistance I can render from here, but I want to be ready to do so if I can.
Yep, absolutely. As you are doing so, by the way, you would feel something kind of like pushed into your hand.
Oh.
And you can see it's like
a gun in it now.
It's not a gun, but that's a good guess. It's a length of steel of like cable and a belt.
I'm going to assume that's for hooking myself to the top of the train. So.
And yeah, indeed, now that you're like looking, you can see that the en-henmindari up here already has a hook that connects her to the top of the train.
Yep, nope, I hooked myself up.
Yeah, and there's plenty of like little like stick out points and attachment points that you can do so from quite easily. As you are doing so, however, you would feel like a shudder in the top of the train that actually causes her to like whip her head around and look. It doesn't feel like something hit the locomotive. It feels like something hit further back down.
And from my perch, I still can't see whatever it is. I'm too far back, I assume.
Yeah, if it's something, it's not big enough to be visible over the rear cars. But so too, do you not see any rear cars tipping off of the track or anything calamitous like that? You would also notice that like the big like burly line of ones that you just shoved out of the way are trying to clamber back into place, but are very disorganized in doing so.
Okay.
Now,
hopefully we'll whiz way past them before they figure it out.
Quite. You're getting quite up, like pretty much right on top of where they are. Soul, jumping over to you. Prayer time, and then chop.
So yeah, kind of running his hand along the blade, he would say, "The light of Seraphel's flame will cleave the shadow of the scarred army." As he restores the blade to its former glory and a pitched magical effect. Can I get a plasma edge?
Ooh, specifically trying to get maximum cut-through power?
Yes.
Yes. I am all right with this, especially given what we've established with Soul already. As he is approaching the first of these lines, is he just cutting through it and moving on?
Yeah, the goal here is to do like a quick loop around, kind of horseshoe shaped. I don't know if my flying cloud will last that long, so we're gonna see what happens. But yeah, as he's approaching each one, just like proper sword form, and then.
Now, as he is rushing up and striking through, he realizes something that would, at least for the first time it happens, really probably quite surprise him. Because a fishing line is not likely to chase a fish. However, as he rushes towards this, the thing turns to meet him and bends slightly. The hands grasp towards him. And when he cuts, he manages to sever it beautifully, but he feels his face like slashed by some of the awful metallic fingers that come near to him, and the lower length that he cut from it like tears at his clothes on its way dropping down. As such, now that he knows that they will react to him coming in, how will he approach the second one? Presumably keeping a lot of speed.
Yeah, so these are like full arm lengths coming out of this thing, right?
Yeah. A great chain made of arm lengths. Awful.
Yeah. Then yeah, I think he would kind of treat it like, have you ever seen those like training things that spin around as you hit them?
Oh yeah.
I forget what they're called. Kind of trying to think about it like that and like slice a couple of arms off before going for the trunk.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, like anticipate, like quick 1-2 chop and then hack at the middle bit. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And as he cuts through, first the first one was obviously a bit messy. The second one's very clean, and the third one goes nicely too, except for the part where on its way down it rips apart his cloud.
No.
Follow-ups from Soul in midair. He has a good amount of forward momentum, and fortunately there were only 3 of those dangling lengths. But now he is falling and going forward at like substantial frickin' speed.
Okay. That's okay. I will have to think of a paired action.
Do you need a moment?
Yeah.
I got you. Yep. In that case, jumping briefly back to Jasper. Jasper, given that you're following what Soul is doing, you see his sword burn with a brilliant sunlight, and as he cleaves through the first one, you can actually see the horrid grasping arms like rip at him as they drop away. The second one he does much more neatly, and the third one you can see that the cloud he's flying upon dissipates as he cuts forth the length, and he starts to like not plummet, right? This is what's the word I'm looking for? An elegant parabola, shall we call it? As he's dropping down, but he's going to be landing like just beyond the point where the gathered halfbacks were waiting that you had shoved out of the way. So pretty much right where the shelf meets the aqueduct.
Gotcha. And with my engineer's eye, that arc of the parabola is going to dump him into the valley below us, onto the train tracks. Where's his projected landing
into the
point?
valley below you, precisely.
Okay. All right. Let's give him a chance for some shonen amazement. What I want to do with Geomorph, I can't really catch him, but I just want to throw a second stone to impact the earth, pull out a spar that he can briefly jump on as a landing point to spring back to the train.
Okay, I see what you mean. That's pretty cool, actually. And it's a much easier geomorph, too, given that it's much smaller than the first one that you had done. And Soul, as you are, I'm not going to say plummeting just yet, but as you are in forward-facing free fall. Yeah, you're being sent, yeah. You would see that a section of the cliff in front of you protrudes out in quite a convenient foothold.
Sweet. Can I land on it without like impacting it with a ton of force?
Oh, you're gonna have force. Again, you're coming in at train speed plus flying cloud speed.
Oof. There were more of these angler things, or no?
You had cut the 3 lengths that were descending. They obviously have, the whole line is able to be a problem, but you cut the lower bits so that it will need more time to drop.
Okay. All right. Damn, there's no... Well, it's just gonna hurt then. Um, I'm gonna try to land on the shelf. I've got 1 skill and 2 resilience. I want to try and do like a spring fall. I don't know what the right term is, but when you kind of like hit the ground and bend your knees to absorb as much of the force as you
Oh, yeah.
can before popping back up to kind of roll
Yep.
and just absorb as much of the kinetic force as I can without slamming.
Yeah. And as Soul hits, he has pretty good form, but all that form doesn't really care much about 70 miles an hour impact speed.
Oof.
It's bad. He crumples against the rock and falls off of it down the remaining distance towards the ground. But at the very least, he's not going into the valley, which would have been turbo lethal. So in this case, I don't know exactly. I'm not going to put words in Jasper's mouth, but I could see that being like like that hurt.
Yeah.
That's
about it.
It's a visible nasty.
I prevented lethal. That is important. You could have hoped for a minute ago.
Yeah. Do you know a moment? I can give you a moment.
Which one of us?
Both
Anyway.
I'm assuming I am unconscious.
You are not unconscious, but you are in crippling pain, and your legs are not in good shape. You're not exactly sure what's wrong with them, but they are bad.
Do I see any scarred?
You are currently falling. It's a little hard to determine exactly what's below you, but the answer is probably.
Well, if I can get my eyes on a scarred, I will limit break to them. I do have a paired action for that.
Yeah, I want to hear it, please.
Just a quick, justice cannot be extinguished. And yeah.
And
Teleport
as you
next
would
to them.
teleport down, what is going to be the strike that you greet this scarred with?
I've still got my sword in hand, so probably just aiming to sink it into them, because I don't have the legs for anything that requires
Quite.
Body weight movement stuff. So
And
just landing on them, sword straight down.
And Jasper would see that Soul goes from like falling to like appearing, with his sword embedded in a scarred. Brilliant, so brilliant it can be seen through the scarred's flesh. You know what I mean? But as he is doing so, it's clear that he's having to support his body weight with his arms, and you would hear the immediate sharp crack of the en-henmindari that you're up on top of here with, as she starts to lay down covering fire for him, because immediately all of the scarred nearby are just turning their attention and jumping towards him. Fortunately, not a ton, like half a dozen, but it's still a lot.
It's one of these things where, like, I'm fairly sure I can get over there. I'm almost certain I can't get back.
The train is moving in that direction, obviously at great speed. You're probably 10 seconds off of getting there at train side, but 10 seconds is a long time in combat.
Yeah. All right. So he's just completely obliterated one scarred.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a bunch coming from mainly one direction, all
No,
directions?
all directions. Like, even because he didn't fall, like, with his back to the cliff face or anything like that. He had, like, a little bit of room between himself and the cliff. And so even the cliff is not protected for him. Do you want me to give you a moment?
I'm not even sure a moment will help, but yes, give me a moment.
Sure. Jumping back over then to Phoebe. So Phoebe has the scrum to deal with on one side, yeah, but also I'm sure that she also has thoughts on shooting now that she has a hole open. Plus, she still has the third car of the train that she hasn't even gotten to yet. Action she would like to take from here.
So the people are still panicking, right?
Oh, yeah.
Are they mostly Narvuli or?
All of them are Narvuli.
Okay. And you said that the en-henmindari have most of their face covered.
Yep.
Except for like the eyes and okay. In that case, I hope this is gonna work, but she would how it would work in the setting is that she would like pull out one of her metal masks to hide her face, which is the second thing of the duster.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
and that's the way that it works for her, which covers most of her face except for some eye holes. And she would walk over to the Navuli and speak in a softer voice to like clearing her voice before addressing them and going, we have everything under control. Please return to like this card is safe. Please return to your seats, I suppose, and everything will be handled by all of the en-henmindari and my colleagues and I, trying to hope that the more familiar appearance of face mostly covered is somehow boosting her words.
Well,
And
it's a beautiful play because obviously that's who they're used to following orders from.
yeah.
And even better, the duster anonymizing you means that
Mm-hmm.
even though, they'd be familiar with all the en-henmindari aboard the train, you being anonymized means that they can still work with it. There's not going to be the, oh, well, who are you? And so you can see
Mm-hmm.
immediately, as you approach, speak in softer voice, you're covering your face. As soon as you cover the face, people start looking at you differently. They start patting each other. It's all right. It's all right. And like pulling each other away. A few, like towards the front, have managed to like push their way from car 2 to car 1. But even then, they're being like, got like talked down from that front car. Get back! There's no room on this side. We have wounded. And so, amidst the chaos, it's starting to abate, and people are following Phoebe's words. Though she will have to repeat herself a couple of times.
Yeah. She will, until everyone is back in the card, she will try to repeat those reassuring words to whoever's still looking like they're a bit panicked, and trying to talk them down of it, like calm them down, like even suggesting like taking deep breaths to ground yourself in the moment and seeing that everything is all right.
Now she's also assaulted with a barrage of questions. How did they get on? How did they get on? How did they pierce the hull? Are we going to need to sacrifice the third car?
No, I will be going there now to see how the things happened and to deal with it. And we will most likely not have to abandon the third card. We will get everyone to safety, and it will be quite all right. If it becomes too much for me, there are still many of my allies nearby who I can get to help, and it will be all right, not knowing that said allies are dealing with things themselves.
And as Phoebe is diffusing tensions, yep, and is just getting people back into place in the car, she would feel like a thunk that would like cause her to take like a step. It doesn't feel like something that hit this car, but probably car 3.
Okay. Yeah, like once everyone is back in car 2, she would take another look over to see, okay, everyone back, everyone looking safe, before exiting car 2 and heading over towards car 3. Unless there's like immediate danger outside of car 3,
Ooh.
then, you
I have
know,
I have a big question. What is her intelligence stat?
a 1 plus, I
That's
believe. Yep.
great. Does she want to close the window she was shooting out of?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
In all the chaos, that's
And
the sort of thing that's easy to forget.
yeah, absolutely. Like closing pretty much all windows, assuming that there's other ways for air to get in
Yep.
that aren't very open windows.
Yeah. Between musty and screaming death, we'll take the musty. Now,
Yeah.
as she like quickly shuts that porthole and would you start moving to car 3, you said? Yep. Once she's again in that like covered walkway between cars, she still sees the claws of the border that she just dealt with are still there, even though it's dead, right? It's just like hanging uselessly off the edge. But given that it's heavy and big, and its claws are clearly meant for piercing metal, it's actually ripped slightly bigger holes just from being dragged along.
Uh,
Don't know if that's something she can worry about now, but It is something she would notice between car 2 and car 3.
I unfortunately don't think she has any way of dealing with it.
Yeah.
She is worrying about it, but with no might or any melee weapon.
Totally. In that case, into car 3.
Yep.
And car 3, as soon as she opens the door to it, she is greeted by a whole lot of noise. Car 3 is a bit of a shit show, is the best way I will put it. The rear end of the car is actually being partially peeled off, like it's been badly damaged. And there are impromptu, like, bunkers being created. Not like sandbags and things like that, but like pieces of train that have been like grabbed and shoved into place as impromptu barricades. There are 2 en-henmindari in here, but there are also like a handful of Narvuli who have been given rifles and clearly just told to shoot. And given that the back of the train is open, they are just shooting at every single one of the scarred that is getting close. And there's quite a few that are trying to like clamber aboard. But given that, you know, it's a peeled open back of a train, it's not like the easiest thing to board onto. And as such, this group seems like they at least were holding on okay. The thump, though, is immediately obvious. You can see a meat grinder has slammed into the back of the train enough, and hits with enough force to make it move, which is pretty substantial given that it's a frickin' train. But more notably, the meat grinder is like hooked in to the back of the train and is almost like, again, it's a train. There's only so much this can do, but it's just kind of like dead weight dragging behind the train and is being like a ladder that is allowing other scarred to climb up and jump aboard.
Are there any other scarred aboard right now?
Yeah, there's 3. Though right now, it seems at least one of them is under control. It's being shot. And also you can see that the en-henmindari do seem to be knowing to target the throats on them. But the other, unfortunately, the Narvuli riflemen, they're not going to be able to hit a throat. And so they're just kind of shooting and like knocking things backward and blasting bits of meat off. So there's 3 that are a problem right now.
Okay. Question to the conduit. The smoke bombs, it only said obstructs the illusion. It doesn't obstruct the illusionist. So assuming it would obstruct the vision of the en-henmindari and the Narvuli as well.
Yes.
Right.
The intention is that, I will say, it's actually a like miswording in there. It should say the user rather than the illusionist, of course. And so the intention is only the person who sourced the smoke bomb can see.
Okay. In that case, she will start. She's probably still has her revolver at least like in grabbing range, definitely. So she will take it out and start to, less quickly as with a shooter, but still as fast as she can, like targeting one of the other scarred, specifically targeting their throat.
Yep.
Like one of the ones that is not under control right now.
Absolutely. And between double plus to skill and the boosted hand speed on the revolver, she can fire like 3 shots in a second effortlessly. And one of them hits the throat. Because obviously, she's a good shot, right? But things are moving around. It's on a train. It's hard.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to hit the throat every single time. But that said, after dropping that first scarred, you can hear like gasps from the Narvuli riflemen as they look around to see who it is. The en-henmindari, of course, are completely unfazed. They got work to do. Follow-ups after taking down this first one.
Taking down the second one.
Yeah. Turning towards the second one, you find an immediate problem. When you shoot at the throat, there is a big metal collar around this one, and your shots just kind of groove it rather than piercing it.
Well, that's an issue. Given that she would instead be aiming to shoot at it's like see if the kneecaps and like leg area is also similarly armored, and if not, take a shot at those to at least like slow it down.
Yeah,
While
and
thinking more about how to actually deal with it.
Certainly. And the kneecap ends up being a good one because it's asymmetrically armored, this one. And so the left kneecap ends up being one that you can hit. It starts to drag itself along the ground using an awful meat hook hand to just like stick into like the sheet metal and pull itself forward, roaring. As it does so, one of the en-henmindari like pops up from behind the barricade and tries to bayonet it in the eye, but like it's also pretty heavily armored around the face, and so he has to duck back out of the way. Follow-ups from Phoebe as this one is pulling itself closer. The third one is like not an imminent problem at this exact second.
Okay. So what exact areas are armored? Like,
Yeah. So this one, oh, excuse me, I'm getting a knock at the door. Hello? What's up?
Real quick, I think Sterling is up. What do you think I should do?
Please go and check in with him and let him know if he doesn't sleep, he's going to have to stay in bed a little longer.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Also, Lincoln visit.
Oh, nice. I didn't know. I'm sorry. Pardon me. My son is out of bed and he should not be. Anyways, my oldest, that is. The youngest cannot get out of bed that easily just yet. So the moving on. What the heck was I saying? Yeah, armored areas. This one is quite heavily armored. It seems to be one of the scarred foot soldiers, which they typically call a mar. So it has like its hands are replaced with big, awful chopping implements, and they tend to be more human-looking, even though still scarred. And so to that end, they have variable amounts of armoring, and this one has a lot. It not only has the normal big like cranial case that they normally have, it has great grills in front that make it quite hard to like strike at it towards the face. Has the big metal collar. And it also has its chest area very heavily armored, as with one side of its legs. The arms are a little less so.
okay. In that case, then she would be aiming, like she would probably have to like reload for a moment her wand gun before aiming at the elbow areas to try and shoot those hooks off
Yeah.
potentially.
Does she want to start with the one that it's using to drag itself forwards? 'Cause
Yes,
that would be my
yes.
guess. Yeah. it takes a few more shots to get through this one. Obviously, it's a meaty joint. But after like sinking like 5 rounds into it, the arm does again pop off. And you can see the metal attachments that were like underneath the skin as well as over the skin as well. And you can see that the creature continues to bellow even as it's like kind of sliding backwards a little bit along the train. But then it takes the big, like almost meat cleaver-esque blade on the other hand, hacks that into the ground and starts to use it to try to push itself back up onto its feet.
Yeah, she would be doing similarly as with the other side, like a reload and then sink her ammunition, to try and get that one off as well. So it really can't move anymore since it can't destroy the throat.
Yep, absolutely. And this time, as you sink more rounds into the other side, it finally drops and skids backwards out of the train at last. One of the Narvuli says something. It's in their own language. It sounds like "Machrandisi." It sounds kind of like a "thank God" or something along those lines. As he is like trying to reload, and he looks to you and says, "Do you need a loader? I'm not a good shot, but I can fill a gun."
I'm quite fine, but if you have some spare ammunition, it would be very good, because I'm running somewhat low.
And he says, "Right." And he starts to like rummage around and get what few rounds he has. It's pretty clear they've been rationing. But as you are doing so, you can see that the area that the Scarred are chasing behind is mostly just like a swirling dust cloud. It's very dry here, and the train's passage, not to mention all the chaos, has kicked up a lot of dust, making it kind of hard at the moment to see what exactly is behind you. And for the moment, that third Scarred that was being a problem inside has also been knocked back out of the train. And so for the first time, there's at least a moment of relative calm. Actions from Phoebe before I jump back over to Jasper and Soul.
She would, after taking the rounds, she would put her revolver back at her waist and take her rifle and try to shoot off the meat grinder,
Yep.
so that ladder is no longer there.
Yeah, absolutely. And as she's taking a couple of shots towards it, hitting the neck on this one does work pretty well. It does kind of like loosen itself, but kind of like with the claw one, it still hangs on. It still is locked in. As she's saying so, however, she's also like hit with a couple of questions from the Narvuli, who don't seem to particularly care for, leaving the shooter alone while they're trying to aim. But they have questions to be asked. What was that great fireball? It spilled over the back of the train. There was a great mass of them chasing us so close.
I would assume that was one of my colleagues who dispersed them with the fireball.
And one of them would nod, kind of in wonder, but also not really in any place to question or interrogate you further. And another said, "We heard a streaker up in the sky. It was dealt with, right?"
Sorry, could you repeat that? As she would actually say that, since she is trying to concentrate.
Yeah, exactly. A shrieker! The shriekers! They descend from the sky and they detonate!
Oh, a shrieker. I have not seen one.
And
maybe there was one, but if there was one, then it was taken care of.
One of the en-henmindari says in a low deadpan next to you, "If it had not been taken care of, we would not be questioning it."
She would just nod at that before actually turning towards him and saying, "If you're strong, could you try and get that meat grinder, its claws, off the train? I'm not really a strong one myself. I'm more about patting her rifle."
And as you do so, the en-henmindari nods, and he points to two of the ones that are two of the Narvuli, and says, "You're covered right now. Cable out." And they look quite reluctant to do so, but they take up crowbars. They have belts around their waist that are attached to steel cables that are hooked to this side of the train, and they hop over the barricades, and with the cables allowing them to not be sucked out of the back of the train, they go over and start to crowbar out the hooked pieces of the meat grinder. As they're straining at it, with the two en-henmindari covering them, the third Narvuli rifleman looks to you. He looks a bit younger than the other two, a smaller guy as well, and says, "I heard a sound," and he points out to where the border had like slammed in. He says, "What was that?"
It was a border. It is not moving anymore, but its claws is still in the cart. I was going to think about how to get that one out once things here were secured.
I can try.
You can try. That would be wonderful. I'll give you some cover fire.
Thank you. And he goes over and like peels open the door, and goes, and you hear him go, "Shayamar," as he looks at the thing just like still hanging from with its blades piercing, and he says, That's a 2-inch hull." Excuse me, I hear a baby. I'm so sorry. Yes, knock knock, I hear you. What's going on?
Adorable.
Indeed. I'm like, damn, the Scar are using child soldiers now. No. Anyway.
We interrupt the carnage for a baby break. Waylon, do you want to say hi?
I sleep.
Yeah, you slept. Good job. Okay, I love you very much, buddy. I gotta finish up what I'm doing. Okay. Doopy. Yes.
Yeah. We're busy fighting evil today.
I would have had this a little longer. Woof to you too. That's all right. He seems to be in a cute mood now.
He went to bed early, didn't he?
Not really.
Didn't he went to
The
bed
average.
early?
12:45.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. I love you, Dupe. Thank you, Mama. Okay. Yep, too late. All right. Pardon me. what the hell was I saying? Yes, pardon me. So he's 2-inch tall. And he, after staring at it for a moment longer, kind of scrabbles around and finds like a cache of tools that they have in this segment, muddles around in it for a bit and pulls out like, again, kind of crowbar and adjacent tools and starts to get to work, like almost having to jack the hooked claws to get them out and popping them out one by one. As he is doing so, what will Phoebe be doing? And then we'll jump back to Jasper.
As she promised, she will be providing cover fire for any Scarred that may be trying to interfere. And if there aren't any nearby, then she would just be standing on standby, actually. So yeah, she would be protecting him while he's getting this boarded out.
Yeah, and since this is in the covered space between car 2 and car 3, there's no actual way of looking out besides through the holes that the claws made. So if she wants to directly cover this, she'd have to go into car 2 and pop open the window she was looking out previously.
Yeah, she would be doing that then. Or actually, are there any windows in car 3?
There is one that is not in the destroyed section, and so she could pop that one open and it would also have a good line.
Yeah. Because if she goes back to car 2, she will be overwhelmed with questions, and if she looks out, it will be concerns. So she will be keeping to car 3 and giving cover fire from there.
Yeah, the +1 intelligence is not even needed to confirm that one. Jumping back over then to Jasper. Watching Soul about to enter this little scrum, what would he like to do?
Okay. Now, remind me, relative to the train, Saul is ahead, behind, ahead. Okay. Here is Jasper's latest desperate Earth-related idea. What he basically wants to do is throw yet another of his circling stones to land more or less at Saul's feet. Yeah. The idea being to set out a jut of stone that will lift him up, and when this thing dissipates, drop him into the coal tender car.
Oh, that's awesome, actually. And given that the train is coming at him at speed, the stone will only have to last for a couple seconds.
Exactly.
That's a brilliant idea.
It's gonna need some timing, but my guy does math on the fly. That's
Well, the other thing is he has a triple plus to skill. And so this is, even though this is a very hard shot to make, yeah, he can totally do it with a triple plus to skill. And so sending out another skinning little rock, like whipping through the air, it would land at Soul's feet. Now, from Soul's perspective, plunging his blade into the Scarred, he would actually shut it up the second he stabbed it. It's not even able to continue screaming as his, like, the throbbing justice is burning inside of it, yeah. But that said, he cannot stand. He cannot. It's like he literally has to hold himself up using his sword embedded in the Scarred. And he can hear them screaming around him. What does he want to do?
Well, yeah, kind of holding himself up by the sword for the moment. He is going to, look at the train, look at the oncoming Scarred, and say, I swear, the Narvuli will live to see another sunrise, as I yank the sword out and stand up on my hopefully healed feet from a never say die.
And as you do so, you manage to, as you're staggering up, it's not completely healed, not even close, I might add, but you are at standing ability for sure and walking. You suddenly feel yourself being much taller than you normally are, and looking around, there are no enemies. You're in midair on a little column of rock that is now jutting you quite neatly right over where the train will be passing under within a couple seconds.
Yep, gonna take full advantage of that, and what I can, or if I need to, just throw myself off into the train.
Yep. And in this case, as you're waiting for the train to pass below, you don't even need to take the opportunity to jump. The stone dissipates very conveniently for you and dumps you unceremoniously into the tender.
If Saul happens to be looking towards the front of the train, Jasper's saluting him.
Yeah, exactly. As Jasper is doing so, however, the sniper next to him would tug on his pant leg and say, Down.
I'm down. No, not even a question. Down.
And you hear a sequence of what sound like car backfiring pops, you know, like, and you would hear the sharp pinging of metal as like metal spikes and spines are like lacing up over the train fired from below. She would say quietly, now that you guys are pretty much level with each other, blood back. They were up in front, the one we shot at.
Understood.
But as
that one, I think we have had.
Oh, yeah. Pardon?
All I was going to say is, I guess we stay down here and endure it.
She says, not long. And as she is saying this, the great cliffs to your right pass, and you are finally out on the great aqueduct-style bridge. The dangling crane arms have missed you by like 10 feet. And
Good job, Saul.
Exactly. And now there's no shoulder on either side. There's no risk of borders unless they're coming up from behind you. And as the train goes like shooting out across this high place, Jasper, for once not having to do like immediate fighting and also in like a high observation vantage point, he gets a full view of the vista around. He gets a full view of the scarred spilling like water below. And he also gets a view of something else that his +1 sensory picks out that Soul's didn't.
Yeah.
They have walkers, like bigger than AT-AT sized walkers, marching in the valleys below like gigantified dinosaurs, treading among the throng below. It's the scale of their forces is incredible looking at it.
Jasper would really like to enjoy the view of the canyons, but that's not where he's focused right now.
Absolutely.
He's basically doing some quick mental calculations going, so if those walkers decide to go into the supports of this bridge, how worried am I?
Very worried. Very, very worried. But
damn.
fortunately, they're a ways away. And it doesn't look like they can move particularly fast.
Okay.
That said, as he is considering, he would also hear a faint whistle.
Oh, no. Jasper immediately looks to the sky.
And you can see that the en-henmindari next to him has looked up to the sky as well. Dust clouds above. You have visibility.
Safety goggles.
But it's only...
I can see through dust clouds.
Oh, thank God. Okay, excellent. You would see it. You would see what looks like a distant hang glider, but it's moving incredibly fast, and it has a long spear-like body with those two great leathery wings on either side.
Okay, for what I know of these things, they're kamikazes. They're
Yes,
basically
they
coming
are.
right for us. All right. I wish I had a better weapon than what I've got, but here we go.
She has rolled over onto her back and is starting to try to sight at it along her rifle. It would be a pretty amazing shot if she could hit it, but you have no idea how much damage she could do.
Right. While I'm doing my own calculations with my circling stones, I am going to be calling to her like a spotter to the sniper to direct her fire since I can see clearly. But not counting on that to work, I'm going to send out one of my circling stones hurtling out. I'm trying to hit one of the joints on the wing to basically call it just a spiral.
Though, as he's considering this, this would be an exceptionally long shot, even if it wasn't vertical. Like it
I'm
might
going to
be
be
out of your
waiting until it's
frontal range.
in my range.
Oh,
and
I
then
see. Waiting for it to plunge. Yeah, excellent. It's right now. It's not circling, but it's coming in at this like high vantage point, almost like a soaring condor. And given that you're like calling out her, you can even like, given that she has her barrel of her rifle is pretty much right next to you, you can even do like little micro adjustments with your finger, like over this way, a little this way. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Again, wonderful instance of triple plus skill coming in great because, like you said, he's doing calculations in his head. He can figure out these sort of angles in his sleep.
Yeah.
And as you are doing so, your goggles and your +1 to sensory give you a little more information on it. Its head is spear-like and long and thin, like a heron.
Right.
It has kind of a swooping cone-shaped head case. Looks quite protected. Its body is slender, and it has right at its center, kind of a bulbous protuberance where the wings are kind of attached low to. At a
Gotcha.
guess where the explosives are.
So the explosives themselves are exposed.
It seems that way.
But would they detonate on impact? That's the question.
That is the question. Judging by the
And
shape
see-
of its head, it looks like it can pierce first before exploding.
My once it's in rifle range, I'm going to see if these little bullets impacting the explosives have any chance of triggering it before it's ready to drop us.
Yeah, absolutely. And are you gonna, like, as soon as you at a guess, you think it's in shooting range for her, and you think you have a mark? Do you want to just give her
Yeah.
the signal fire right away?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want to try and take this out as far from us as possible.
And you hear the sharp crack of her gun. Nothing. Probably a miss.
Okay.
She immediately goes to reload.
I'll wait for it to come closer, give her a better shot.
It again soars high like a condor, and now is almost directly above you.
Okay.
And you have to, as you're re-aiming her, suddenly you see it elegantly tuck its body, pivot, and dive.
Here comes the dive. All right.
Complete free fall.
I will guide her shots until I think I'm close enough to launch my own.
Yep, absolutely.
Which is
You get one more shot off with her, and it's falling at such, it doesn't blow up. That's all you know. It might have hit, but you don't know it doesn't explode. It's plunging way past terminal velocity speed. It's falling insanely fast. Jasper knows that he's going to have one stone before he's going to have to take some serious frickin' evasive maneuvers. And you can hear the screaming of it as it's shooting down out of the sky.
And the way this thing is diving, attacking its wings isn't going to help. It's already in free fall at us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Then it is all the might I can put behind this thing, hurled directly into the explosive, hoping that impact will get it before it gets me.
And Tomash in chat yells, "Parry it."
Yeah, he can get on the train and try that. I'm busy. Anyway.
God damn. And God, this is yet another case where anyone who had less than 3 pluses to skill, I'd say no, in your dreams would this shot hit. However, boom. We'll get back to you in a moment. Soul. Dumped into the tender, you find yourself not hitting a hard metal roof, not entering like a big pocket of burning coal, but entering water. You're dumped into the tender's water tank, which is fortunately not superheated by any means.
All right. Nice soft landing then, which is great. So 1 point from previously, never say die allows me to reset a cooldown. I had limit break on cooldown, so we'll say that.
Yep.
And probably irrelevant, but it also has perks for a fire clone that attacks my enemies, so there's probably that happening out there. But yeah, climbing out of the tank, like just doing a muscle up, landing on my feet and feeling that like sting up through my legs.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.
The way I describe it is imagine like each leg has 3 microfractures in it.
Man. All right. I've got 2 resilience and 2 will. I will grit my teeth through it for now. We'll see if I need that heal though. But for now, are there any enemies as I'm looking around?
It would be at this point that Soul hears the screaming noise above.
That sounds like the way to go then. What's the way up?
And looking up, all he sees is dust clouds for the moment. But then, and hears like the sounds of gunfire and things. And then he sees a streak break through the dust clouds, plummeting down towards the train. To his eyes, it would look bigger than a horse, very streamlined, almost shaped like a javelin, and plunging at just an immense pace.
Man, he wouldn't know it's being dealt with. That's awful. It's pretty high up though still, right?
Quite, though descending wildly rapidly.
Then yeah, probably preparing his limit break, then sword in hand, probably reverted back to its normal form by now. And just like ready to like shoot up at it like a arrow.
And as he is readying and waiting, it explodes when it's like just in before it reaches his teleporting range. This is like one of those lateral style explosions that sends like a shockwave rather than being omnidirectional, right? So it's like almost like the rings of Saturn detonate out from it, and the head explodes down at speed and embeds. Not only it doesn't just embed in the roof, it goes clean through the train's roof and descends somewhere into the locomotive. Who knows where? That said, the explosion, wildly powerful. A man without double plus to resilience and double plus to will would be immediately floored by it and probably unconscious. But for Soul, given that he is right next to this water tank that he's been blasted out of, he would be maybe like forced to take a knee, his ears ringing vehemently once again. At the same time, to give you a moment if you need the moment, the Jasper, the explosion would go off. And with triple plus to resilience, this would be a good deal kinder to him. He would be forced to the ground to some degree, but in this case, it would partially, but not anywhere fully, deafen him. And the awful sound of the like crunching where its head was projected through the train is more prominent to him than the explosion. He has his wits about him. The head is nowhere in sight, but the hole where it entered the train is not even 6 feet away from his feet.
Okay. Taking just a moment to let the ringing in his ears stop.
Yeah.
And double checking it's not bleeding. Good. Scrabbles over to the hole and really hopes the engineer wasn't under it.
And looking down and in, no engineer, thank goodness. But it hit the engine.
Yeah.
Not clear where, but you hear a hissing and a churning inside that wasn't there before.
Ah, bloody hell. All right. How much give do I have in this cable that I'm attached to?
You can unhook it pretty easily, but you can also uncoil it pretty fast.
Well, basically, is there enough for me to just swing down into the engine?
Yes.
Cool. Jasper does that because I think some engineering assistance is required.
And as he like slides down in, immediately heat, sheer heat. This is a under high pressure locomotive engine powered by steam. This is a bomb, effectively.
Right.
But, and again, a man without triple plus to resilience descending into this sweat bath would probably be dead in like a couple minutes. For Jasper, he can take it. And as he swings into place, he would see the tail end of the head. It just launched its like head plate, right?
Right.
And the head plate is like jammed deep into, fortunately not one of the under high pressure boilers, but amidst some of the tubing and connective couplings that adjoin it to other components of the engine.
Gotcha. All right. Step one, just grab it with my giant stone gauntlets and hurl it at the damn thing.
And thank goodness for Earthshapers giving you more power in those hands, because otherwise you would not move this, even with a plus to might. But even as is, oh my god, this is a challenge one. Like, even after struggling against it for like 5-10 seconds, he can budge it, but nothing more than budge.
All right. Well, this is a lot less elegant, but he takes a step back, winds up his rock maul, and bats it out of the way.
Gadong! It would like almost like when you peel out a nail with like the end of a claw hammer. Imagine that, but you whack out the nail with the end of the claw hammer. It would pop out and like clatter behind him in the cramped engine room quarters. He would be struck by two things. One, the we'll call it a beak, right? This long javelin faceplate of it. Is pretty remarkably well engineered itself by twisted, awful means, of course, but he can see the grooves in it that make the shrieking sound, for example, as air passes through. He can see the faint rifling that allows it to spin to better enter and pierce a hull. And also, he can see how the tail end of the headplate flares out, presumably to allow, once it pierces, the explosion to go off exactly inside of the guts of whatever it has pierced.
Jasper really hates that he's impressed by this. Okay. I have bigger things to worry about. Engine not explode. What can I figure out?
Yeah, absolutely. Fortunately, the damage is super obvious, right? And it is a pierce rather than a hack. Nothing exploded in here. And so you can see the exact like aisle of damage that this thing caused. Very clearly, it seems that there's two couplings and one kind of important looking mechanical like hinge or gear shaft that have been damaged.
Okay. Is it a case of putting pieces back in their right configuration, or is something broken and need to be replaced?
Okay, at a guess, the gear shaft probably needs to be replaced, but those tubings, if you can find a sufficient way to patch it under some amount of pressure, it will probably be sufficient.
All right.
Real quick, before... you have a thing real quick?
Yeah. Basically, Jasper's reached into his belt for his prima materia and is trying to figure out what he can fashion that into to repair these brakes.
Probably one of the best possible items you can have in this exact situation. Before we go further and jump back to Phoebe, jumping back to Soul, after the explosion goes off, obviously his head is once again wildly ringing. Poor man has been deafened twice today already. It's not even been fucking 10 minutes. Soul, actions you would like to take in your currently kneeling position. Around you, you can see that the vista has shifted from cliff on one side and shelf and then vista and panorama on the other to being panorama all around. You are atop the great bridge.
Has he seen the sort of walker things off in the distance? I forget what they were called.
There's not a name for them. These are not ones that the en-henmindari here have dealt with yet. But great. No, his sensory and his lack of safety goggles cannot pierce the dust.
Okay, fair enough.
No, Shonen, don't attack the biggest enemy. No.
Just shaking my head and like getting to my feet painfully because my legs are still hurt. Probably hearing Jasper starting to struggle with the beak.
Yeah.
And kind of, and then he's got it.
Clawing, yeah.
He's gonna fly out the hole. Yeah.
All right. And then, resume looking for a new enemy to fight.
Now, where would he be positioning himself? He's on the tender right now, which is lower down than the cars and the locomotive. Does he want to go ahead of him towards the locomotive, which is obviously the front, or does he want to go behind him to car 1, which has the turret?
He specifically swore about the Narvuli seeing the next sunrise. So presumably he at least has some inclination to protect them if there are any nearby.
Okay. From what he has seen, the Narvuli are clustered in the cars rather than the locomotive. And so he could either descend back down and into the cars, or he could stay on their roofs.
Yep. Yeah, probably descending toward the cars to make sure the people down there are okay.
And swinging back inside into car 1 at first, you can see that the en-henmindari riflemen are away from their post. They've like battened down their hatches, and they seem to be like doing a quick military conference with each other. Whereas the Narvuli in here, this is where they have all the wounded. There's like 8 or 9 who are in terrible shape, but no worse than when you poured it in, at the very least. Would Soul linger in here, or would he move on to car 2?
Yeah, I think he would move on, just give it approving nod, maybe a quick blessing or two for the injured as he walks past, and then, continue on his search to protect the Narvuli.
Yeah, absolutely. And now into car 3, as he enters, he would hear gasps and a few, words being pointed his way. This is where, from what he can see, the bulk of the Narvuli are. You were told when in your mission briefing that there were 37. And at a guess, just based on what you've seen, this would maybe not be the full 37, but pretty dang close to them. A lot of them in here. A lot of women, children, elderly especially. And you can see that they look petrified, of course, but are holding position. Anything Soul would like to do in this car, or would he like to proceed to car 3?
Probably reiterate his vow. I swear to all, the Narvuli will see another sunrise.
You can see that, unlike when Phoebe was talking with them, Soul is intimidating and strange looking enough that they don't bombard him with questions.
And then is the back of the train just is there a door? Can I open it?
Yep,
Can
this
I see
is
outside?
each of the cars, right, has a door that connects them to the next car, which is like a sheltered walkway.
Yeah.
Yep, and sliding this one open, you would actually see another Narvuli guy who is just getting the last of those awful boarding claws out of the steel plate that covers this area. He looks over his shoulder. He's sweating profusely. He says, "Who are you?"
I'm Soul, right hand of Seraphel.
He says, "What happened to heart and mind?"
I have those as well.
And he gives a little, "Nice. Send them my blessings."
And yours, friend. Are there enemies about?
There were.
Or are we clear for the moment?
Strange lady with a beautiful weapon came in, flashed like summer heat lightning.
One of ours.
I hope so. Is that mine?
Perhaps so.
And he says, I'd best give her my proper thanks. And as he does so, you hear a little clink as the final claw is edged out, and you hear that clatter on the ground outside. He says, "We were hard pressed, but it looks like we've bought time. There was a great fireball that spilled over the back of the train. They were right on our heels, but it pushed them away."
Seraphel's purifying justice.
Who's that? No matter. Thank her for me too. And he would open the door for you. And it would be at this point, we can actually sync up perfectly with Phoebe. She had been able to cover him precisely up until the point that he had finished. And you can see the very satisfying sight of the border falling off of the bridge down, down, down into the gorge below. But now, at frickin' last, the tail of the train has a moment of peace because you're on the bridge now. And the meat grinder has also been crowbarred away and rolls off the side of the viaduct bridge as the two cablemen go pulling their way back to the sheltered position. This would also be the point where Soul opens the door.
Phoebe would look over to Soul and go, nice to see you again. Are you... how are things going in front? Or
I think
I guess
the hesitation is merited because Soul looks like shit. He is.
Yeah, she is very much like deciding between should I ask questions or should I ask if he's fine, and settling on asking hesitant questions.
There was a giant beak fell through the ceiling.
Oh, That doesn't sound very good. I'm assuming
alternative.
Jasper has things handled, since he didn't come with you. All right.
Nah, I think so.
Good. That's
I came
good
to
to
check
hear.
on the Narvuli.
Yep, everyone doing. I wouldn't say everyone doing just fine, but nobody doing worse.
As well as we can. As they climb back
Yeah.
into place. One
She
of
gives
the,
them like a approving nod.
yeah, the en-henmindari are just looking quietly at you, and as they do so, as you're speaking this, one of them says, "You fight very well. You have no fear. This is good. Fear is how they grow."
Why, thank you. I try my best during fights to focus on what has to be done and think more about what could have been done later.
You see that he's peeled down his face mask, and he reaches under his tongue, and he pulls out something that looks kind of like a retainer almost that slides under the tongue, but it has a small capsule at the center. And he gestures to the other one, who nods and rummages around, and he says, "This among our people is sacred." He says, "The en-henmindari, we only ever die by our own hand." He says, "It is what protects us from them. They cannot turn us." His companion offers one to each of you. "Under your tongue. Bite on it at your last breath, such that you might not be turned. They keep you alive if they take you."
Thank you. And she would take it and like
No.
open her mask up a bit and put it
Yeah.
in.
It's an awkward feeling. Again, like putting in a night guard for the first time.
Yeah.
Saul has probably put in some form of mouth guard plenty of times.
Yeah, I imagine.
Maybe more familiar.
Yeah. It settles under his tongue in such a way you can kind of see why the Narvuli don't yell. The tension would definitely hurt with that, or the en-henmindari rather don't yell. The tension would definitely make the metal bite into the cheeks. But as you do so, this one says, "Remember, pain is what drives them. They are drawn to it. It fuels them. That is why they keep the suffering alive. Always alive. If they find you dying, they will fix you just enough to keep you alive and in pain."
Phoebe very like trying not to be obvious, but glancing over at Soul looking beat up as hell. Like,
Indeed.
pain, you say?
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, how much pain am I in? Definitely in pain.
Soul is throbbing. Casually, recreationally throbbing, shall we say.
Oh my god.
Yeah, standing is wildly uncomfortable. He can tough it through. You know, his resilience and his will make it so that standing on multiple stress fractures is doable for him. Not freaking bad. Wildly uncomfortable. And most notably, he makes no show of pain.
Excellent. Well, this is going to be dangerous, but it'll be done anyway. He's going to take his divine fruit.
And as he takes a bite of this strange thing, it's a beautiful thing, right? It's a white peach for him, right?
Yes, like berry sized.
Yeah. I don't know if it would have like a glamour to it, if there would be like a magical visibility to the healing that goes through him. But if nothing else, Phoebe would see the deep gashes on his cheek vanish away as though wiped by an eraser. You would hear the Narvuli kind of whisper their own kind of various muttered oaths and swears to themselves as they watch. And one of the en-henmindari kind of frowns and nods slowly. Amazing. Now, That said, as Soul is healing himself, he feels a surge of confidence pass through him.
Guard will not feed on my pain.
And the en-henmindari nods and says softly, I should think not. Follow-ups now from Phoebe. There are no immediate enemies visible from the tail of the train as of now.
She would be taking a moment to breathe, to reload her weapons, to get prepared for the next enemies that are most likely going to appear, before stepping out onto the tender, like the area between the cars. And
Oh yeah, the covered
is there
walkway.
the covered walkway? And is there a way to get like up on top so that she can? Is there also a ladder so that she can get a view of things?
Yeah, so she sees that the areas between cars do have utility ladders with like a hatch at the top that you have to pop open.
Yeah, she would climb on top and she would hatch it open. She wouldn't actually get on top of the car, but she would like stick her head out to like before she was just looking through a window, but now she's like getting an actual like view from on top of what the area is looking like and if
Yeah.
there's any immediate danger.
And as she's peering around, fortunately, again, you're on the great gorge crossing archway, and so there's no boarding possible. You don't see or hear any shriekers up in the sky. And the ones that are chasing have slowed down substantially, given that they're now forced to stay only on the train railway, and therefore there's like a choke point. Though that said, you would notice that the ones that had been chasing have stopped and aren't actually chasing out onto the Great Bridge.
Okay. With that information, she would climb back in and approach Soul and saying a somewhat quieter voice so that at least the Narvuli, the ones on the chains, would not overhear. But if there's any hold on, I forgot the name. Any en-henmindari nearby, she wouldn't whisper so they could overhear, but at least the other Narvuli hopefully won't. And we're not being chased anymore. I don't think that's a good sign. Just a gut feeling. I feel like they would chase us if they didn't have a plan.
Hiding somewhere, and I'll find them and just kind of start stalking.
Is he going to be going from car to car or staying in car 3? Because car 3 is the one where the end has been ripped open, so you can actually see behind the train.
Yeah, probably in car 3 for the moment. Just where are they?
There's pieces of them all over the place, if nothing else.
Yeah, just grabbing it and tossing it out.
Yeah.
Come at me!
And Phoebe can see the Narvuli kind of cringing from this. No, don't tempt them. But as something else that as she's saying, it's not a good sign in her eyes. To her eyes, why is it not a good sign they are chasing? I can totally see why she would, but what would, if she had to put words to that, why would it be?
Well, they've been chasing them so far, while there were things around them to hold them near. And now that it's in an open area, they aren't chasing anymore. And also this open area is over a canyon and has only supports. So either something is going to happen that will collapse this thing. And that's why they're not chasing. At least that's what she's suspecting could happen.
Yeah. The only
something will happen to collapse everything, and they don't want to get buried under it, so they don't chase.
The only thing I will throw in there is that from what Phoebe has seen, they are, I'm going to say, practically suicidal in all of their military tactics. If they didn't want to get caught in the collapse, why would that be why would they be like selectively not suicidal there? And this is not to say that her whole theory is wrong. Not even close. It's a great theory. But what is that confound? How would she explain that?
It would be too great a loss. Like if all of them, like there's thousands chasing. Like if all of them either fell off the side or like if like all of them followed and chased and everything broke underneath them, it would be a very large chunk of the army that's suddenly gone. So maybe that's just too big a cost for whatever kind of leader those things have, if there is one.
And with this theory in her mind, where is Phoebe going to position herself? Where is she going to go?
It could happen at any moment, but I think that like she's informed Soul about it now, who's not reacting in the way that she would have expected, but that's his thing. She would probably go like power walk straight to the front and to inform Jasper about her suspicions as well, and about the fact that they're not chasing them anymore.
Absolutely.
And let him draw his own conclusions about it as well.
As Phoebe is going to meet up with Jasper, we'll cut back to Soul in a little bit to see what other shenanigans he gets up to under the influence of the divine fruit. Before I jump to Jasper, I apologize. I gotta take a quick piss. I will be right the hell back. We'll resume in less than a minute.
Fair. We're all still alive. I consider this a great thing so far.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that nobody, like none of the allies have died so far is amazing.
Well, we'll see.
I mean, the train might explode, but we're all okay.
Yeah. I mean, so my character's currently under an altered state. Similar to Berserker's Furor, in that I am overzealously confident.
Yep.
So we'll see.
Indeed. Yeah, I'm just trying to fix a train with silly putty. This will be fun. It's like I can't replace the gear shaft while it's turning. Anyway.
Thank you so much. Okay. And to answer question in chat, total goal for this series is 100. For just this episode, don't worry about picking up more people. Just keep the ones that they already have safe. Okay, pardon me. Where the hell were we? Jasper, that's where we are.
Hi.
So, yes, Jasper, let's talk about train repairs with prima materia.
Cool. Yeah.
You took this elective in school. Yeah.
Yeah, something like it's like, yeah, this was an optional class, but I think I remember most of it. Okay. Yeah, I'm usually more architecture. They don't move, but the one thing I know for a fact is I cannot replace a gear shaft while the engine's running, and stopping this train is suicide. So what I'm trying to do as much as I can with the material I have, the intention is to basically form like a clamp so that I can put the two broken ends of the gear shaft together and lock my prima materia around it to hold it in place.
That's awesome. I love that idea. That's so cool. And it makes a lot of sense too. And best of all, with your earth shapers, you can actually like handle it.
Yeah. And the fun thing is, like with triple skill, I got dexterity in these things still.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not going to get your hand torn off by something moving while you're doing it. Yeah. And so as he's like getting the clamp ready, getting it together, getting the two pieces, trying to make sure that they don't rip his fucking hands off, clamp it, boom, got it.
Yeah.
The gear shaft is now attached up and again. Jasper is pouring sweat, but fortunately the heat isn't anywhere close to being anywhere even close to fatal for him at this point. That repair sorted. Prima Materia is doing work. Follow-ups from him from here.
Right. So now it's just this tubing that needs a patch or a replacement. And at this point, he's really just looking for other parts of the train he can cannibalize. Anything that looks like it's about the right material and the train won't miss it.
Yeah, absolutely. And filching around, this is one of those places where him having experience in other fields of engineering is very nice, because it means that obviously where this is more of a V2 mechanic, but I do play it this way already. This is where expertise kicks in. The fact that he has an adjoining field of knowledge he's good in and has a great skill stat and a above average intelligence stat means that we can make the jump to something else being something he's at least somewhat knowledgeable at. And so after hunting around for a bit, sweat literally making it kind of hard to see because it's like pouring into his eyes, he would eventually find something that doesn't look like it's gonna be missed. Let's put it that way.
Cool. All right. I immediately either make the replacements or the patches to the tubing, as the case may be.
Your gigantic earth shapers are almost like oven mitts, letting you work in this like superheated environment.
I like it. Okay. So now that the train appears to not be exploding, Jasper's just going to take a minute to recover from the 2 pounds of sweat he's just lost. Like he wishes he could hydrate, but that does not appear to be an option. And now that he's got that nagging thing, it's like, what? Walkers, right? Problem. Okay. Start climbing back up onto the roof.
Yeah. Now, as you are of note, trying to get out of here the way that you came in here would be quite hard. So in that case, do you want to go out like the normal way?
I'll take the long way. Sure.
Yeah. And as you kind of are popping open the door of the locomotive to get to the utility ladder, you would see Phoebe. Phoebe, Jasper does not look like he's dying, but he looks like he's like half sweat. He's half man, half sweat man.
Well, he's not dying at least.
Yeah.
So, she would give him a small wave as she's approaching, and like.
So do we still have a back half of the train?
Yes. We still have the entire train. There's a small thing about the back half that is concerning. I mean, not about the back half itself, but the scrap aren't chasing us anymore, which I don't like. I don't know why, but I don't think that's a good sign.
Let me show you something you're really not going to like. Come up here.
Okay.
and get a strap. You're going to need it.
Fortunately, there are utility cables everywhere. Like, that seems to be something that the train is ready for. Like, next to the ladder, there are, like, more of those, like, utility cables with clamps and belts. And so Jasper can, like, gesture to one for Phoebe to don as the two of them climb up onto the top.
Okay. So, peering down at the bottom, where the walker's at.
Yeah. And looking over the edge, they are still blessedly a ways away. But Phoebe, now that you're at a vantage point where you can see down into the valley, you do have the double plus to sensor, even though Jasper does have the advantage of not having the dust be as much of a problem. But you can still make out the shapes, the huge marching shapes of these multi-legged, scarred walkers.
She would look at them, like, literally speechless for a few moments, like just blinking before looking back at Jasper. Yeah, I can see how that's a problem too. Those
How far does your gun reach?
I don't know if it would reach them, and if it does, I don't think it would do anything.
Yeah, that's the bigger problem. Like, could she hit it? Yeah, but like, could she hit it in a productive location?
Maybe if I use the turret, but I don't know if even that is gonna do enough damage to them, or how far that reaches. I haven't checked it out yet.
Okay. So I'm gonna walk over to the convenient hole, which now makes conversation with the engineer easier. My glass is half full. Okay.
Conveniently placed hole.
Just taking my blessings where I find them. Anyway, just call down. How far to the end of the viaduct?
Vitality check.
Nothing.
He doesn't hear you.
Great. Love that. Okay.
Do you want to clong?
Like get his attention with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Little love tap with the ball. Bong, bong, bong.
Dong, dong, dong. And then after a moment, you would hear the door to the engine room pop open from below, and you would hear an en-henmindari's voice, uncommonly loud to be heard over the engine. What?
How long to the end of the viaduct?
And the response calls back, nearly at the end of the archway, then a couple of overhangs, and then the final stretch. Close.
Okay. So, looking back out, running the math in my head, are we going to be past where all these walkers are before they should be able to reach where they become a problem?
In terms of them knocking down supports, like Jasper was earlier concerned about, looking at it, he can't see a way. Unless they suddenly, sprout wings and fly, unless they can launch off their head like a rocket, or some other awful contrivance that he can't
I'm not
think of.
discounting any of that at this point, but okay. All right. So for the moment, until the head popping or the wing sprouting occurs, I'm just going to label them as not our immediate problem.
Yeah.
And keep an eye out ahead for whatever next horror is going to be leaping down upon us.
And as you would look out, that would actually give you quite a good view, because up ahead you can see that the archway, like the great causeway, is coming to a close. It comes up against another of those gigantic shelves of rock on your, like sheer cliffs on your right. But these sheer cliffs have these beautiful archways that the track kind of passes under. And unfortunately, beautiful archway means crawling with scarred everywhere, waiting for you, just like a boarding party, just ready to drop.
And it's going to spill over like the worst waterfall ever.
Yeah,
okay.
Pretty much.
Good. Fun. That'll be fine. Okay.
Oh dear.
You can already see that your sniper companion, who's been with you up on top of the locomotive, is already adjusting her position to be sighting towards it. And obviously to Phoebe, you can see it blatantly in front, especially as Jasper looks towards it. Actions from Phoebe, then Jasper, then we're going to jump back to Soul.
Similar action as the sniper friend, dropping down and taking her rifle and starting to aim at them, like zooming in to try and shoot them off before they become a melee problem.
Yeah.
Because that would be terrible.
So are you going to start actively taking pot shots?
Yes.
Totally. As you are doing so, you would see a new structure, so to speak, that is kind of visible in front. There are many scarred clambering and dangling and climbing on each other. You know how ants build bridges of ants? That. And there are scarred that are like the structure of the bridge, so to speak. In the list of potential enemies, it's clear which ones it is. These are the ones called ratchets, the walking ladders that can telescope their midsections. They're creating these kind of like complex meshes that other scarred are using to get into position and wait. But on top of that, there is something else. Imagine a series of strange metal eggs that are hanging from these horrid meshes of vein and cable that are just kind of like dangling in place like spider cocoons.
She would, just in case that Jasper's side isn't answered, she would relay this information to Jasper, and her aim with her shots would be the Rachis to try to get them to be unbalanced, and then like a domino effect also drag the other ones with them down.
Absolutely.
Because yeah, taking them down one by one is not as easy as taking them 10 in a shot.
And given that she has time to really line up shots here, she can make great shots. She can kill Ratchus, but the bastards lock themselves into the rock, much in the same way that she's seen other ones clamp in place. So even when they die, they're still traversable.
Mm-hmm.
They won't be able to reposition. That's something.
Yeah, she like lets out a curse under her breath. Before looking over at Jasper, can you do anything about them sticking to the walls?
Now, obviously, the answer to that is yes, to some degree. But pardon, Jasper, what would you like to do?
Oh, I was just going to say, at sniper distance, I don't think so. When we get closer, maybe.
Yeah. Now, there's one other thing I must ask. Will stat.
My will stat is baseline.
Spirit stat.
Also baseline.
Rats. Low yellow essence.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I knew I would be getting tired.
Now, obviously, he's been dealing with a lot. Unfortunately, he's been able to use his hands a lot. Like the Prima Materia isn't going to really take anything like that. But those earlier big, fast geomorphs definitely took a lot.
Yeah, I only got one or two more good ones in me.
And the... Oh, pardon, Phoebe, yes?
No, she would just be trying to think about what else what else could be done about them.
Yeah. If nothing else, well, on what's going through her mind? Talk me through her thought process briefly.
Well, they're locked to the stone, so some kind of way to move the stone would obviously be perfect, which Jasper could do, but that's just for a few of them. That wouldn't help with all of them. Some kind of explosive would probably help, but maybe not really at this kind of distance. And she also doesn't have any explosives on her, so there would have to be maybe someone on board has something like that.
Turret?
Yeah. The turret. You can basically see her eyes widen as that jumps into her mind, and she would be, after that, she would be like looking back at Jasper, like, I got an idea. If it doesn't work out, I'll rely on you, okay? As much as you can.
Been nice knowing you.
Yeah. But, hope it'll work. And then she would like get back down from the roof, and I'm assuming the turret is on the roof of the second car.
Yeah, it's on the roof of the first car, so locomotive, tender, first car.
First car, yeah. She would be getting down, and I don't know if the thing would extend that far, but she would unhook from it and climb up on the first car.
Yep.
And knock on the turret box.
And slots open. You can see there's an en-henmindari inside. He is kind of uncommonly among them. He has most of his head revealed, though he's still wearing a scarf. It's clear why. It's fucking stifling hot inside of this thing. But as he looks to you, he says, yeah.
I'll need to borrow you I'll need you to lend me the turret for a moment. We have to shoot down some bridges from the rocks.
He says, I was thinking of that. I have one concern.
Okay.
Collateral for blasting the rock could drop on the track and derail us.
Yep, that is a possibility. How much time do you think we got until we have to? Like, could I inform my friend, and she would like gesture at the other roof, to move the rocks out of the way?
He says, yeah, I got it. And he peels himself out of the turret, and he kind of like, those unbelievably loud whistles that certain people can do? Mm-hmm. He does one like out of the side of his mouth. It's like almost like a suck in of breath. It makes like a shrill whistle. And you can see that the sniper you're with looks over her shoulder. He looks to her, and he does a complicated symbol-like sequence of signs with his hands. She responds quickly, and then taps Jasper.
Yeah.
A concern of rock debris on the track. Can you handle it?
I'll have to.
She looks over her shoulder, gives one quick sign in return, and he nods. He says,
Seems like he's up for it.
All right, then let's shoot on some bridges.
And he pulls himself out of the turret. The en-henmindari are very tough and all, but it's clear he's been in that fucker for a while. Like, he's sore. And the turret
You take a small break.
Oh, pardon?
And she would say to the en-henmindari, you take a small break from this, and I'll handle shooting them down.
And he says,
I'll go get a rifle.
as he goes and climbs down the outside of of car number 1. As she gets inside, starts to familiarize herself with this. It's a cool thing. First of all, the seat is actually recumbent with the barrel, so if you aim up, your seat kind of slides backwards, so you're always looking straight ahead. She quickly figures out the controls on either side that allow her to swivel, 360-degree swivel, and it's not like perfect. She can't shoot straight up, and obviously she can't shoot below the train, but she has a good field of view. And also, it has like a nice convenient set of sights that have like multiple layers of magnification that she can go down if she needs it. It's a good device, and it seems well used. Loading is funky. She sees how she would load it, but it doesn't. There's not like an automatic magazine. She's not really sure how the loading part would work.
Question to the conduit.
Yeah.
Would this qualify as a firearm?
Yes. I will be expecting energy work.
Okay.
Before we go further, however, let's jump back over to Sol. Sol sniffing around that third car. It quickly becomes apparent after chucking many bits of Scar that there are no proper ones here. What would he like to do?
Probably remembering that he had a good vantage point from the roof, and be looking to get back up there.
Yeah, and it's easily done. Frankly, if he wants to, given that he's in the overconfidence of the divine fruit, he could even climb out the like mangled outside of the third car to get up there rather than taking a safe route.
That's probably what I was thinking. Just quick muscle up.
And you would hear, oh, he's gone, from back inside. And as he kind of pops up onto the roof and is like looking around, he can see that the train is well over halfway across the great causeway span of the viaduct. He can see up ahead the arch. He can see some shitty looking outlines on it that probably are scarred. He can see the great spillage of them out in the valley below. Where else would his eyes be? Obviously the dust is going to obstruct his vision much more than the other two, but he can still make out general vicinities and locations. Oh, and of course, he would also be able to see both Jasper, Phoebe, and another en-henmindari up on the locomotive at the front of the train. He can make out their silhouettes quite easily.
Well, it seems like there isn't much behind us, obviously, that he can see anyway. So yeah, just start confidently walking forward along the train toward what he assumes are scarred gathering up ahead.
Yep, absolutely. He would pass Phoebe on car 1 just as she is getting into the turret and like probably is like about to close the hatch. I don't even know if Sol would want to talk to her, if she would want to talk to him, but that would be the kind of sync up in time. Would he proceed?
Just not approvingly that she's going to be killing Scarred, presumably.
Bingo. And from there onto the locomotive. This would require him going down because the tender isn't really like in confident jumpable range given mangled legs. Although divine fruit.
Healed and confident. Yeah, I mean he would probably at least try to like vault his way down.
Yeah, exactly. There would be that like shuddering like fuck of like through his body, and yet divine fruit confident, and also the healing of the divine fruit has kicked in substantially to this point, to the point where what was previously like hairline fractures are now nothing worse than bruises. And so this is absolutely the sort of thing that Soul can tank through at this point, now that I'm thinking about it.
Awesome. All right. Then,
And then
after
up onto the locomotive.
shaking it off a little. Yeah.
There we go.
Let's go.
And Jasper, you would have obviously just been like hand signed about the potential risk of stone debris, and you can see that just as Phoebe is vanishing into the turret, Soul is approaching and then popping up onto the locomotive. Actions you would like to take alone or once Soul arrives.
All right. No immediate actions from Jasper. Once Soul arrives, it's like, all right, Phoebe's going to shoot out the bridge. We got to get debris out of the way of the train when she does it. You got anything for that? Because I'm getting low in the tank.
And holds up his hands. Still has training weight, so probably getting a little heavy. Just these.
Might be enough.
Have you seen any scarred?
Points at the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
Rapidly approaching.
Now that Soul is at the front of the train and the train has traveled a bit, he can see him now, too. He can see the again, ant-like swarming of them over the great stone overhang. And
there's more than one of those coming up, right?
They said arches.
Yeah.
Or overhangs, rather. Now, this would also be the point at which, as Soul is looking out... well, actually, before I get to that, Jasper, after informing Soul, other actions you would want to take?
At the moment, just keeping watch.
Which direction
basically
keeping watch?
Still looking forward at the overhang, because basically he's running through, again, the calculations in his mind. It's like, okay, if she shoots and the bridge cracks, where's most likely debris going to fall? And I can't really do anything about that with a geomorph because everything is shattered at that point. So my choices are pretty much down to throw another of my circling stones at it and hope that's enough for me to like push a chunk out of the way, or I got to figure out a way to play baseball with my maul.
And on top of all that, one other complication, as you said earlier, slowing down the train could be wildly dangerous. I mean, you don't have anyone chasing you at moment.
Right.
And yet, probably, imagine there were a rock fall and you had to go and clear it, you'd either have to get out in front of the train or you'd have to have them slow down.
Right. So, yeah, at this point, he's just trying to work out ways that he can, clear debris from the train, if he can work out a way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly a tricky little puzzler. Something I will also throw out to Soul is there is actually one other piece of scarred evidence nearby, which is the javelin head of the Shrieker, which was unceremoniously socked out of the engine and is now up on the roof of the locomotive.
Oh, fun. What will I do with it? Okay, but I do see scarred up ahead as well.
Yeah, you see them readying to board as soon as you guys are off of the Great Causeway and start running under the overhangs.
All right, then go over and pick up the beak.
It's huge, by the way. It's like almost as long as you are, but it's light enough. I mean, for a person with 3 might to effortlessly heft in one hand, a person with baseline might could probably pick it up with 2.
Nice. So
but for how
pick it up
big
with 2.
And tough it is, it's pretty light. Yeah.
Yeah, feeling it's actually fairly light. Like balance it on a shoulder. Like, yes, this will do nicely. Do I have space to make like a running start?
Oh yeah, you got an entire top of a locomotive, baby.
Sweet. I'm gonna take my running start. Leaping off. Am I in teleport range now that I've leapt?
So, a leap with 3 vigor is a pretty substantial leap, but we are talking in train lengths here. That said, my question for you is, are you taking off the training weights?
Oh, well, I think I've already leapt, so it's a little late for that.
Oh, this is like leading in, because I wouldn't have you
Okay.
leap out if it's completely futile. Like Soul would be able to have a gauge of his own leaping distance. So if you want to wait, if you want to save the training weights, completely fine. You would have to wait until right before you guys hit in order to get any chance of getting meaningful distance in front of a moving train.
How many of these overpasses were there? I don't think Saul actually heard that information.
No, you did not.
Yeah. Well,
For
then...
that matter, Jasper never was told a number either. There was just an S on the end of the word overhang. So,
Here, I'll give you a moment to consider. Jasper, quick follows from you before we jump back to Phoebe and we start blasting.
just now that intrusive thought has come into Jasper's brain, lean down to my sniper friend.
Who is
How many overhangs?
And as you do so, she would pause for a moment, consider. She says,
3, I believe.
Yeah, that's a number I was hoping for, not happening. Okay.
She moves with her hand and she says,
Up ahead, we curve left to go under the first. The other 2 are after sharp right, so cannot see before we get there.
Okay. So, assuming Saul has not yet leapt.
yeah, I want to make sure Detour can think that one through first.
Okay. As Jasper sees Saul about to take a running start,
Yeah, lining up for it, for sure.
Jasper comes over quick. First overhang we can see. The other 2 are around a curve where we won't have a chance. This is the only one Phoebe can blow up. Don't jump to it.
Okay. As long as the Narvuli are safe.
The train goes over the edge. They won't be. Also, Jasper has another bad idea. But it's a crazy stupid one. Because I'm going to be trying to do it on a moving train. Okay. Let me just ask, we're now picturing the bit in the movie where like all the diagrams pop out of Jasper's brain. He's trying to figure out if something will work. We've got this shaped piercing beak. If I were to somehow attach it to the front of the train, can I make it work like a cow catcher to get things out of the way as it goes by?
Ooh. It's a cool idea. It's a cool idea for sure. If it were like 4 times bigger, effortlessly.
Okay.
I mean, minus the attaching part. The size is the problem. If you were
I
trying to
could probably
pierce
figure out the
something pretty
attaching part. I can't make it bigger.
Yeah,
And I ain't
exactly.
waiting for 3 more. So,
small. Yeah, precisely.
cool, it's impossible, but had to try.
No,
All right.
totally legitimate thing to check. And with that, Phoebe, given what you are planning, talk me through this shootout and give me the extra bits on the paired action that'll get it to the point where it can affect this. Definitely not your gun.
Yeah, so she there's still enough a bit of a distance. So she closes her eyes for a moment and mentally walks through all the training she's done so far, all the engineering she's done, all the failures that she's done on her weapons until they actually got to work the way that she wanted them to. All the engineering, the engraving that she had to do on her masks to get there's only one mask. There's a lot of them. She just changes between them. All this training that she's done that she wouldn't have needed to do if she had been born with enough magic to be an illusionist. It does annoy her a bit, but she is also proud in the work that she's done. She's proud in being a gunslinger. Even if it's not what her family would have wanted her to be. Even if they would have loved for her to just have more magic and be an illusionist, like, I mean, family tradition is one way to put it, I suppose. And she lets out a deep breath and opens her eyes again with a small smile on her lips. And she whispers only to herself, because there's no one else there. All right, let's do this. If this is the one time I get to do things, and this is the one time that this will have a major impact. You gotta work with me here. As she almost like gently pats the turret itself before aiming and zooming in and letting loose her shot.
The sensation of it firing feels awesome. It's like driving a muscle car for the first time, like a, you know what I mean? But also, immediately, thanks to the power of shootout, as soon as she pulls like the lever that is required, like it's clear from the signage that that's how you reload thing. Pulls the lever. The great thing is it snaps back into the place right away. You have another shell ready to go. Are you firing immediately again?
Yes. She will be making the most of this and fire until there's enough destroyed that it's just debris in the path anymore.
The shots arc out wildly. They're clearly heavy shells, and as such, they have a bit of sink to them. But you can see the vivid explosions where they start to slam into the overhang. And up ahead, Sol and Jasper would hear the great gun shooting at a way faster than it should be pace. And its shells slamming into the rock shelf ahead. The first one says scarred scattering. The second one blasts another great hole in them. The third one cracks the shelf. The fourth one knocks it down. The fifth one sends any last lingering remnants of it smashing to the ground. And the best part is, Phoebe is still in shootout. What is she shooting at once the shelf goes down?
I was
As awesome as
debris on its way down. I don't.
Oh, she, like, once she realizes that, like, there's only debris left, she gets a probably very stupid idea, but also it is a bit. She's in a bit of an adrenaline rush from shooting this, so she turns over to aim at the walkers and shoot them down if they're in range, and if not, then anything below will be hit.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you do so, the shots start flying out. You can feel your hands tingling. I can almost like picture the smile like building on Phoebe's face. You can see the end, like the barrel of the gun starting to glow from how hot it's getting from all these high caliber shots. You hear a hatch open right next to you, and a voice shouts up, "How are you reloading this fucking thing?"
Magic, bitch!
And as shots go arcing down into the valley, you see one hit the walker, and you can actually see it like stagger slightly. And another one hit a walker, staggering, tearing off a great chunk of it. You see the shots falling among the scarred, thronging in the valley below. And like Phoebe had said, she gets one chance to do, I forget her exact words, do something. Leave
one chance to do something that she can do because she's a gunslinger and not an illusionist.
Yeah. And as she is doing so, she can see what she is doing by the thousands. She can, it's almost like with every shot fired, she can, now that she sees the scope of the scar, now that she sees their scale, it's like every shot is like hundreds of people saved right there. And her hands are numb from the kickback of the gun. And her ears are ringing to the point where only someone yelling in her ear would probably be heard by her. And the shells go sizzling out like signal flares into the valley below. But she can't really pay attention to anything else. And as such, jumping back to the front of the train, Jasper and Soul would see the absolutely shredded archway just crumble to nothing. Boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, punch down. Ding, ding, ding. There's the gun. There's the bell. And as you are doing so, however, sure enough, there is cliff bits and scarred everywhere. You even see one of those. You remember those great dangly crane bastards? A whole one of those was planted at the top, and now that is like splayed everywhere with its massive metal base wedged in place, and its awful dangling pieces covering the track.
All right. Just quick snap judgment for Jasper. This is enough for derail, or this is something we can power through?
Oh, that's way worse than what you've faced so far. Like, this train has gotten through a lot. You've seen it plow through probably multiple scores of like human-sized problems. This is rock plus big metal contraption. And a bunch of other bodies.
Now? All right.
Jasper has no idea what he just said yes to, but he's out of ideas. Go for it.
Then yeah, hefting the giant beak thing once more and kind of getting into a quick, sprinter's crouch before just running off. Oh shoot, I need a quip. Quip will be, just never underestimate the speed at which justice will be delivered. Activating limit break as I zip down. Can debris be an enemy?
That's a
Sorry, down there, right?
It's certainly a problem.
There sure are scarred around. And so the teleport would definitely bring you into one of the scarred first. We'll say like the hideous sea anemone like body of from which the crane limbs dangle, or what Soul would have seen as the fishing rod limbs dangle.
Right. Could I teleport like directly above and in front of one, so that I can kind of spring off its chest, leaping up in the air with my giant beak, and ultimate striking this thing. I should need an ultimate strike for this, right? How big is this debris?
It's big. Just this like one scarred machination alone is the size of like a crane, like a building crane. And then also there's like a third of an entire rock shelf that is in the way as well.
Okay. I'll just need an ability name. Let me think of it real quick.
Yeah. Also consider there is track underneath you definitely don't want destroyed.
Yeah. Okay. Now I really need to think.
Sure. In that case, Jasper, Soul, sprinter stance, rushes forward, and then he's gone in the blink of an eye. And you see him appear amidst the scarred up ahead. We are like T-minus less than 3 seconds, but the train is slowing down. The engineers clearly made the decision of like, okay, I'm not gonna barge through this. But also up ahead, there is like a very sharp hairpin turn that you did see before the shelf came down. So he was slowing anyways.
Okay. I wish I knew how to bong in such a way as to say, good job, keep slowing. Since I know words don't work, apparently. Like, does he know Morse code? No. Anyway. All right. Yeah. Let's see. All right. So you said T-minus 3 seconds? Like we're just going to be on this in a minute?
Yeah.
All right. And the only bit of natural stone is basically the debris itself that landed. Yes?
Well, also the cliff face to your right.
Well, I now have the complication that Saul just teleported into the middle of it. Oh.
You told me to. You said yes.
Oh, like you weren't going to do it anyway. So, yeah.
What's it going to be?
I have no idea. Okay. Tell me if this is possible with Geomorph, because it's a little weird.
Let's hear it.
What I basically want to do, I know one of the things I can do is create fissures.
Mm-hmm.
What he essentially wants to do is crack the shelf and shove each piece to the side, hopefully taking whatever's out there with it.
Oh, that's cool. Now the question is, how are you going to spare the rail? Are you going to do it like just on one side of the rail and get rid of that? Because that'll still leave some stuff on top of it, but it'll get off the stuff that's like incidentally hanging over it.
Well, I'm going to let this be a place where Jasper's engineer's mind saves me, in that the most I can get off without cracking the rails is what he does.
Okay. There is one thing here that would be quite wacky and would be a very expensive one, but would definitely do a lot.
Yeah.
Which is if you could tilt it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as you might imagine, that is miserable. And also, it would put the train at a tilt, which is obviously far from ideal. But if we're talking like maximize clearage, that would do it. There's a lot of other problems at the same time. So
now, when you say tilt it, am I tilting the viaduct or the shelf that's fallen onto it?
Tilting the rock, tilting the stone on which the rails are, like the actual shelf of rock.
Yeah, I've been trying to avoid affecting that directly. What I wanted to do was reach the stuff that fell. I wanted that to be what I was trying to get out of the way.
So in that case, so you're going at like loose earth, which is obviously a little bit tricky, and I'd probably need energy work to see how you are going to affect this like loose mass.
Let me ask the question. You described what fell. I was picturing it as big chunks or a big chunk.
Oh, yes.
It's actually fallen from the bridge.
Many big chunks, but they are not like connected to each other. They're not a contiguous whole in the way that Geomorph normally likes to affect.
Okay. Here's what I want to try and do then.
Yeah, let's hear it.
2 from the stone of the bridge, of the viaduct. 2 spikes like this to knock the things aside. I'm playing pool. Trying to use the 2 things to clear as much as I can.
That is an excellent idea. Now, I'm guessing you're going to do another circling stone to deploy it, but talk me through a little more of the paired action, because this is a pretty substantial one. You're clearing a big area at once, and you're trying to exert a lot of force.
Yeah, I'm collapsing to the floor after this one. Okay. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say, previously I've been using 1 circling stone for one thing. I'm basically now plucking 2 of them out of the air, throwing them down at the 2 points, and muscling as much as I can the earth to knock these other bits out of the way.
And as Jasper does so, Soul, jumping back over to you. What are you thinking with your beak in hand?
All right. Does the fissuring happen fast enough, or am I casting into a void ultimately?
You have time.
Okay. Because I'm like leaping up into the air, preparing this strike. So would probably at least start calling out the like, searing, and then do I get interrupted or?
Oh, I love the concept that the Dragon Ball Z wind up is what lets me have time to act. But
What's up, though?
I don't know if that's what's happening, but I'm loving the image.
course. I'm so sorry. My youngest
No worries.
has requested a hug after having fallen.
Oh, well, there you go.
No fun at
Hey.
all.
Priority.
No fun at all.
Seriously.
Specifically,
I'm so
a
sorry.
hug.
Do you want a hug?
Just life and death over here. Kid needs a hug. I mean, no, I'm kidding.
I mean,
After
Yeah.
you finish up, I'll give you
it's life and death over there as well. Like,
Hey,
Well, certainly
the
feels
kid,
like
this
it's
is like
a
one of the
young
worst
child who
things
needs
that's
a
ever
hug.
happened.
Yeah. No.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like kids don't have that much context. Falling down is one of the worst things that has happened to
You
it.
guys hear that shameless attempt at a sympathy chocolate?
No, I did not.
He's
I
like,
firmly believe it. I remember those
he's
days.
like, chocolate. I was like, no, you don't. Nice try. Sorry you hurt yourself. Piss off. Yeah. Pardon me. So yeah, as goddamn, as Soul is like winding up, he would see that the ground below him rips out in two great like spiky plates. The scarred below, and the more substantially the debris below, are shoved violently in two different directions, with one exception, which is the great crane, whose awful long tendrils are draped enough to kind of get it stuck in place. Imagine like a barbed arrowhead caught in a net. You know what I mean? It's stuck. It's like wedged itself. But this shifting has quite maybe not effortlessly. Jasper's fucking dying over there, but like very effectively.
I'm sure the Earth was very effortless. I'm dying. Right.
Yeah.
It's like,
has quite effortlessly cleared a big section of what was blocking the way, but now directly below you is that awful great crane with its long, like limbs upon limbs upon limbs, barbed at every turn tendrils, draped in every direction, clearly damaged or wounded or whatever term you would use, but still an obstruction, still in the way, and still a colossal problem.
Then yeah, 3-figure limit break, running at it. Gonna start engaging it first.
And what are you using to strike?
Oh, the giant beak thing.
Yeah, in that case, it's going to be almost solely stabs, like stabbing with it. It's like a swordfish, right?
Yeah.
And as you stab, the things you note, first of all, this thing pierces the scarred effortlessly, especially with your strength behind it. Second of all, you can feel the grooves along its beak. Like, Soul, to Soul, it might be like sometimes arrows can be fletched with slightly curved fletching such that they spin. It maybe would be reminiscent of that, yeah. And lastly, the fact that it's so lightweight and so sharp is just marvelous. Like he's able to like riddle this thing with holes, and as he does so, its awful great tendril chains of arms come kind of like groaning back towards him. Not yet at a point where they can touch him, but starting to kind of like cut off his exit points and lap round, like pinning him almost, not fully pinning him, but positionally pinning him against the body.
Oh, great, perfect. As that begins, I will start dragging out my power up here. As I am slashing, just sear, ring, slash, and looking for a kind of like a double slash X thing to just slice off arms and whatever else is coming at me.
With ultimate strike or with something else?
Ultimate strike, yes.
And as he hacks with this like sharp implement of the scarred themselves, infused with his own power, Jasper would see up ahead. His move has cleared the track except for this crane. And in front of his eyes, he sees Soul draw an X of red in midair, and the entirety of the crane falls apart into 4 perfectly cleaved segments. Now, as this happens, Soul, you are standing on the tracks with your back to the train.
Ooh.
What would Soul like
I would
to
admire my work, probably.
and
Oh no. Oh no is right. Am I getting hit by a train, or do I have time to?
So
Oh
Soul can be like, oh, that thing. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. And can I maybe like step aside and just like grab on to something so I can pull myself up?
I absolutely am okay with that. And grab it. Like, this is a utility train. It has lots of bits on side. Haul
Yeah.
yourself back up. Yeah, normally doing something like that is going to pop your arm right out of your goddamn socket. But triple plus might and double plus resilience says I don't care about that. And Soul can quite effortlessly climb back onto the train as the train bashes aside the bisected pieces of the scarred contraption that had been blocking its way. Jasper, up on top, I don't know if he's on the ground yet, but his eyes are like full of color and swimming lights as he is properly in red essence symptoms.
Jasper is down on one knee, holding himself up on his maul.
Yeah.
Just he has never been this tired ever. But he literally has no idea he assumes this is death. Like,
and as
he has no other reference point for this.
And as he's looking around, he can see roads being built in the sky and the cliff wall next to him becoming a blackboard with equations being chalked upon it.
Yeah, it's nice. You forgot to carry the one there. He's correcting scientists that don't exist.
And as Soul climbing back onto the top of the locomotive or elsewhere?
Yeah, probably back on top, I think.
Yeah, he would see Jasper kneeling there, his hand kind of like playing in front of his eyes like he's chasing invisible butterflies, muttering to himself under his breath.
Head over to him. Are you all right?
With an effort, Jasper swivels his head over.
Soul would look like... And as he's saying this, he would see that Soul looks like an asshole professor he once had.
Cool. That's who I wanted to die with, definitely.
And Soul, in response to Jasper's clearly beside himself state, what would you do?
Kneel down, kind of grab a hold of his hand, almost like he was gonna like pull him up to his feet. But before he would try to do so, he would say, "You must commit yourself. We are here to protect these people. Get up."
If that's just a pep talk, it ain't gonna work.
I would like to. I guess rally if I can. What can I do?
I'll give you a moment to consider, because we're gonna jump back over to Phoebe. Painting the valley below with shells. Phoebe would, at this point, realize two things. One, the controls of the gun are getting literally hot from all of the fire. Like, the barrel is not just, like, red hot, it's orange hot now. But also, she's shot, like, 15 shells. And like, the scars aren't breaking, right? They're not crumbling before her might, but in her state, it might kind of feel that way. Like,
yeah, she once she like feels like her hands going numb before, it's like whatever. That's happens all the time when you shoot a lot. But like when she starts to feel everything going hot, that's when she's like, it's almost like she's pulled out of her adrenaline state on like actually noticing like, oh, that's a lot, and just letting go of the controls, and very much hoping that is not too much permanent damage to it, because they might need it again in the future.
As she is letting go, however, there's a moment, and then the hatch opens up, trink, and a now familiar Narvuli voice yells up, "What the hell are you doing? Keep on going, you're doing great!"
Well, the gun is glowing orange out. It's like,
Oh,
you're
that
gonna
can't
need
be
it
good.
again in the future.
And he says, "Right, we... Tender! We're next to the tender!" And you hear him yelling down, "Bucket line! Bucket line!" And you hear people yelling below. Now, Phoebe's ears are still ringing, and frankly, it's probably good that she's being forced to take a break. But within like the next 10 seconds, she hears a hiss and can actually see through her sights that they are dumping water from the tender onto the barrel to cool it down.
She is gonna take at least this small break until the barrel looks fine again before like checking if the controls are still hard at that point.
Yeah, okay, it's not so bad. It's holdable. However,
Okay.
at this point, she would also, during this time, feel like a massive good chunk from the train as it hits, like, the remaining scarred bits on the track, but does not derail very critically. And as
Yay.
it rounds the bend, where is she going to be aiming the turret? Because it's going on, like, a very sheer hairpin.
Yeah. She's going to be aiming it. You said the wall is to our right.
Right, yep.
Yeah. Then she is going to be aiming it at the left. Like, if there's the track going to the right, there's the arc over it. She would be aiming it at like the upper part that is not towards the rock wall, so that she would like crumble that part down, and it hopefully wouldn't land on the track, but actually like fall down.
Sure. The left is
If
open sky. Like that's where you are shooting down below towards. And looking in that direction, Phoebe would actually see something now that she's given it a couple moments. The walkers are closer, and you can see that one of them is extending its neck up towards the track. Like a great telescoping airplane tube. You know, the thing that connects you to an air... I don't know what the fuck they're called, but it's like, it looks kind of like that. And you can see, like, thrumming up its neck, the masses of Scarred, waiting to use it like a boarding ladder, like a siege tower, to get up onto the tracks.
Question, is the walker's mouth open?
The walker's mouth is not open yet.
Yet.
It seems that that's the way that they would disembark, though, for sure.
Yeah. Well, she's gonna... yeah. Should have known. Before... Well... Actually, I don't remember if she has the information that there's multiple arcs or not. But regardless, the walker is probably more of an immediate problem, so she will take aim at its neck, at the scars that are trying to climb up on it, and just more slowly, because shootout has probably worn off, I would assume.
Yes.
But she would be starting to fire at them and then like reload and firing the next shot.
And this time, as she pivots the gun away, you would hear the bucket line up on the roof go, "Shoot again!" And they start to like scrabble out of the way. And this time, when you shoot, blasting a hole, and you see Scarred spilling out of it. This time, when you go to reload, you would hear from down below, there's sudden activity. The hatch opens. "What happened to the magic? Keep shooting!"
The magic wore off already. It doesn't last that long, unfortunately.
"All right, we'll get you a gun line ready." And it's revealed to her that she can only initiate the reload. They need to complete it from below.
All right, thanks. There's big necked thing. Many scars inside. We gotta keep them at bay.
Nick?
Yes. And she would like pop out of the cabin a moment and like gesture at the wanderer.
Yeah, you see
Walker,
that.
sorry.
You see that the man you've said this to, he's Narvuli. He looks terrified, and he like looks over towards the open window and says, "I see, my kasnar," and he gestures. He says, "That's. I heard about those. That's how they level cities."
Well, not if it doesn't reach us.
Load, boys, load. And as you see them kind of like loading it into the ceiling of their car to get up into the turret, you would feel like a little like tong tong from down below, and you find your ability, like you can finish the reload process by pulling back. The shot is brought up into the barrel. You can repivot, and are you going to hit the neck again, or are you aiming elsewhere, or are you going to save it for the moment?
I have a very stupid. Phoebe has a very stupid idea.
Hey, might have worked out. Go for it.
Yeah, she will be. I don't know how to do the paired action with this.
Do you need a moment to think?
I think I have an idea if you count it enough. Because I want to use trick shot.
Oh, sick. With this?
So she would aim between like the neck and the face itself, like aiming slowly between the two, staying on the face before like making a quick pivot over at the neck area and letting off the trick of the shot to try and like once it strikes the neck that it trick shots further like into it basically. So like it hits the hole that was made before and then it like
and goes inside
to the top of its head.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, so it detonates
sick.
inside of it.
And I love the way you did the flourish too, focusing on the head and then like quickly pivoting. That's actually awesome. Fuck. Oh, that's so awesome. I want a little bit more off the paired action in like a similar vein to what you did for the shootout. Not rehashing the same thing, of course, but you did such a great job like establishing her connection to this thing, this device, right? Can you give me like one more small piece that is that flavored?
She like getting trick shots with her revolver like, when she was learning to do these things to like shoot her weapons and use her abilities with it. She started with her revolver because it's a lot easier to make like a quick flourish with it and like bouncing it off the floor. Doing it with the rifle took a lot more time because you have to like whip around a much larger object to then let off a shot and then also have it go in the direction that she wants to. So she has done this probably like she's trained every day for like at least a year until she's really like she's very strict on herself, so she wanted to get it done so that she could do it in her sleep if she had to with both of her usual weapons. So she kept at it for hours every single day for at least a year until she could do it with her eyes closed basically.
Yeah.
And applying this, it's not as smooth as she is used to, but it is still just a bigger firearm, at least in her mind. So,
yeah. And so when she does that, like that, go from head to like down to the thing, you know, she has to like manipulate the cranks that turn the thing.
Yeah.
I'm almost picturing like, you know, when like a very experienced like trick driver will like spin the steering wheel and just let go of it once they've done so. I'm kind of picturing that of like pushing the cranks that turn the thing and just letting them go and going straight to the firing stance. Yeah, that's okay. Great insight into her past with it. And as you like pivot it down and aim towards that open hole, another shot goes off, and you can see that it enters the hole and detonates right where the jaw line would meet the neck. It explodes out, and you can see that the head kind of like tilts and yawns and falls off of the neck and plummets down towards the valley below.
She would actually like I don't know how to describe it, but basically like close her fist and like do like a yes motion, almost expecting the Navali to get back. She would actually open it before they could do it to presumably ask the question.
But
And
before
like,
she can ask the question, she's greeted by the sounds of ragged cheers. Dude, that was incredible!
thank you. See, I told you we would handle it.
He says, pop the reload, let's get you another shell.
Yep. And she would indeed pop the reload.
And as she does so, she hears the crew working below to load it up. But from this point, we're going to jump back to Sol and Jasper. The hairpin bend, as it's wrapping around, you guys would see up ahead another archway. Now, to Jasper's eyes, the archway would be full of TAs ready to grade him poorly. But to Sol, he can see much more clearly. This is not nearly as populated of an overhang. It doesn't have as much infrastructure, so to speak, and there's no crane, thank goodness. But there's still plenty of Scarred attached to the rock, ready to drop. As you guys like swerve into view, it's like T-minus less than 10 seconds to the point where you would go underneath it. And immediately the en-henmindari sniper would get to her feet, grab Jasper around like the waist and say, backwards, backwards, we're going inside.
Okay.
And
I'm just looking over my shoulder. Anything you say, Secretary Schwartz? You know.
And as she like hauls him down, like she's not particularly big, right? So she's not able to really haul him. But as she's ushering him down the ladder, Sol is left on the top of the locomotive alone as the Scarred draw closer. You can see them crawling around on their archway, ready to drop into place. Like corsairs on the side of a ship about to board.
What do they look like upon brief inspection?
At a guess, looking at them, they seem mostly to be the typical Mar, the foot soldier type. There are, of course, the Ratchis, the ladder-bodied ones that are helping them get into place, but Sol doesn't really... It seems like those ones are hooked in to try to make sure they have a stable platform for the others. Sol would not be able to pick out any other substantial threats, like or different varieties among them.
That's suspicious. Is limit break off cooldown?
Low cooldown, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have it.
And how's my essence feeling?
Essence is not thrilled with you. It's mid-yellow, I'd say.
All right, they are just kind of like arrayed around us, or around the archway that we will
that you're
eventually
about
be
to
under.
pass through.
Could I... So the array is of these latter ones, right?
Yep.
Tricky. How many of the regular foot soldier dudes?
Probably 2 to 3 dozen.
It's kind of a lot. But Sol would want to be protecting people. So, yeah, waiting for the opportunity to activate my limit break, probably getting ready for another running start toward the archway. And I need equip. Dang it.
As Sol is getting ready for his running start, this would bring in the other point of consideration. Your essence is at about mid-yellow. Your stamina, however, is more like low yellow. Like, you're pretty
Ah.
gassed at this point.
Fair enough. The training weights will be coming off then. And I'll work that in with equip. Let me think of one. Yeah, the flames will spread across the faces of these worthless curs. He's frustrated at this point because there's so goddamn many of these things. And running forward, leaping off of the train, activating his limit break teleport, and trying to grab onto the ladder people thing.
Yep. Teleporting
and
into
drawing
place,
his-
he would like be
Yeah.
pretty much in a hang position among the like many Mar that are ready to drop down onto the train.
Awesome. So like kind of in a line.
Not quite in a line, more like a cobweb.
Okay.
Some up, some down, some left, some right. And you said training weights are off.
Oh, right. I was supposed to work that in. That was as I was running off, taking off the weights, throwing them off the side of the train.
Yep. And appearing among them, clinging on to the ratchets. What do you want to do?
Basically start punching and kicking them off and doing like hand over hands to get to the next one.
Yeah. It almost sounds like as you're doing hand over hands, you could be like kicking and kneeing things.
Yeah, exactly.
And as you do so, you're enveloped by their screams and their roars. And as you go like striking among them, they aren't a hive mind, and because of that, they are taken by surprise for sure. Like, oh, this is not a vector of attack that was expected. And so as you are smacking and kicking and thudding them and they're going dropping off in every direction, the ones that like kind of realize you're there kind of try to readjust their positions and take great hacks at you with their big awful like hook and cleaver and blade and buzzsaw type appendages, just trying to rip at you from any vantage point they can. Now, that said, Soul has an absurdly boosted vigor stat at this point. Like, his speed is enormous because of how long those damn training weights have been on and all the things he's done while they were on.
Indeed. So, yeah, even going, not exactly acrobatic, but, like, even using my legs to, like, swing upside down to, like, punch things and get away from things.
Yeah.
Grabbing what's getting swung at me to like yank them off, stuff like
your
that.
Speed is so massive at this point that someone's swinging a weapon at you, you actually have the speed to like just catch their arm and like pull them off. Like things feel like they're not in slow motion, but in slower motion, as though they were doing stage combat fighting and you were doing actual fighting.
Nice. Then probably do a couple of these with the sword too, as I like slash so fast you couldn't even see me put it away again.
But another question for you: as you are beating the boarding party and knocking them to the ground, what about the ladder guys themselves, the ratchets? They're obviously hooked into the walls, but as you appear and are climbing among them, they are trying to like get into position to deal with you, and you would notice that rather than using their limbs, which are occupied, their awful mouths come to bear, several of which have shredding parts to them that almost look like chelicerae.
Well, probably sticking swords in the mouths and faces of these things then as they try.
Yep, and as you jam your blade in the first time, rip it out. I have a quick question about the Ancestral Blade that I'm about to answer for myself. Yeah,
Okay.
As you stab in and pull it out, your Ancestral Blade has been mangled by its metallic mouth parts because it only gets the bonus durability when it's activated.
No. Well, it's a good thing I can prayer it back into its former glory, which I will do so. So I only got one before it got mangled.
Yeah, you only got to stab one before it got mangled, but you can still deliver punches and kicks to at least keep their heads away from you. Their necks and bodies are extremely flexible, given that they are meant to be living ladders, right? And so they kind of bend and quest after you like snakes as you like swerve and monkey your way among them.
Has the the train passed underneath?
The train is in the process of passing underneath, and not a single one has boarded.
Excellent. If I can, I'd like to drop off at the last second to catch like the end of the train.
Yep, absolutely. And dropping, you would land on like the third car and like skid backwards a little bit just before the point where it would become fractured and splintered. And now, at your point on the very third car, you would see that the train is about to pass under the final arch, and there is no visible scar upon it.
That's suspicious.
Jumping briefly back to Phoebe and then to Jasper. Phoebe with her loading crew, I'm guessing at this point is mostly focused on blasting at like the walkers, because there are others that are trying to extend up their necks.
Yeah, that is definitely keeping those back.
Totally. And as she is doing so, however, two other things of note. One, in this cramped space, at the rate she is firing, not only are her fingers truly going numb, but also she is losing her hearing. Like, unless someone's screaming in her ear, it would be hard for her to hear something at this point. She's also dumping sweat, right? Not only because it was superheated just moments ago, but also because it's a cramped, tight, stressful environment. So she's just absolutely bucketing sweat once again. Her back is hunched from being in the kind of awkward turret position. Her stomach is heaving to some degree from kind of pivoting around and sustaining all of these blast fires. But even so, she is still able to shoot. Before we go further with her, unless you, because I'm guessing you may have other things you want to do, but if she's okay holding just for the moment, Jasper, you've been brought into the locomotive, up to the engineer, and while Jasper is tripping balls to some degree, he at least does recognize the engineer, not to be someone from his past or anything like that, but to be what he is, an engineer. Aha! I know your kind. And you can also tell that he's driving the train, or to whatever degree that would extrapolate to Jasper's eyes. And as he is brought in, he would hear the en-henmindari woman saying something in low foreign tones. He doesn't understand what she's saying at all. Actions that he would like to take. Up ahead, this is just as you're passing under the second archway. The third one is in view.
Okay. So at the second archway, I'm getting a lovely view of Saul just punching people.
Beating the tar out of various guard.
Get those TAs. Yeah. Or whatever I think they are. Jasper actually is just going to close his eyes for a moment. He knows he's out of school. He knows none of what he's seeing can be true. And just for a moment sinks into his training, sinks into his numbers. He's reciting physics equations that he's known from his past, like rote, like a mantra, trying to just bring his mind a little focus and bring him to the here and now. This is my base vitality attempt at a rally for whatever little good it can do me.
Excellent. And as he does so, his eyes would snap open, and he would feel his legs kind of turn to jelly, right? The world around him is odd and strange and off. People's voices sound like they're being called down a hallway. The color palettes are slightly like distorted. Certain smells are stronger in his nose. And he feels like he's going to burst out laughing one moment and then grind his teeth and curse the next. But at least he can hear people better, and he can see people for who they are better. Though, admittedly, his legs being jelly is less to do with being physically tired and more to do with the fact that he's just trembling all over his body.
Yeah, I'm clinging to my maul for dear life, using it as the weirdest crutch ever. But just willing himself to keep, he's got to know what's actually happening out there. And not be able to do anything about it, but he needs to know.
He can see the empty archway, And just beyond that, he can see the track hook, and then just beyond that, a straightaway, and then a tunnel.
That empty archway bothers him a lot. But unless they've developed invisible scarred, and I'm not putting it past them at this point. Yeah. At this point, Jasper's just taking in the view. None of this. I can't see anything actionable about what he's looking at from where he's at. So
Yeah. And as he is doing so, he suddenly feels his nose pinched and a drink put to his mouth.
okay. Tea break. Anyway.
Wretched. It's disgusting. Like, he would spit it out had he not had his nose pinched. And as the like gets into him, he does actually feel like the color palettes correcting themselves slightly, and the voices being less distant and flaky, and even he can kind of get back to his feet. The sniper is next to him holding a thermos, and she says, "Are you with us?"
Kind of.
Better.
More than I was a minute ago. Thank you.
She nods silently, and the engineer turns around. Like, when you first saw him, he was like just a ball of panic.
Yeah.
And now you can actually see this like manic grin on his face. He says, "We're there! We're there! We're there! We're there!" He points to the tunnel. He says, "That's the way out! That's the way out!"
Okay. Pedal to the metal.
Oh,
Those words mean nothing to him. I don't care. Anyway. Those words don't mean anything to me right now. Let's.
And as he like brings the train like to a faster speed, you guys start like zooming underneath the archway. Soul, actions from you before the train passes under the third archway.
Probably very actively scanning for threats. He does not trust this empty archway one bit. I don't remember if my gi is active or not.
Gi is not active right now. You're on the third car, though, so you're a ways away from the front.
Okay.
Training weight boost is still active, though it's going to be tailing off soon.
All right. Then, leading on that to start running toward the front of the train.
Yeah. The training weight boost is substantial enough that you actually can jump from car to car pretty effortlessly without having to like climb across the middle. And as you sprint, the time it takes you to get from the back of the train to the front of the train is the time it takes the train to get from here to under the archway. And as Soul is running, he's on car 1, pretty much right next to the turret. He sees something drop from behind the third archway. It's a single thing, human-shaped, roughly speaking, but with limbs like a spider.
That's probably bad.
That's gotta die. All right. Well, then I need to go back.
This is dropping onto the locomotive. Apologies. So it's in front of you.
Onto the top of the train.
Yep.
Then just address it. Abomination. You will not hurt these people.
You see that it looks at you, and when I say looks at you, it doesn't like turn ahead. It just kind of like slightly adjusts itself. And you see that it has 2 heads that are soldered back to back. And as it does so, it crouches in quickly, low, and like a scuttling spider with its many-fold limbs kind of hooking out in every direction, it scuttles down around the side of the locomotive to go underneath the train.
Hey, you're supposed to fight me. That look on his face, at the very least, like, and then try to look to see if I can see it.
You see it slink under the train.
That can't be good. I'm at the back of the train, right? In the back of the train.
You've actually advanced quite a ways.
Oh yeah, right. I went to the front. So it was more. What car was it on?
Locomotive.
Mine,
so it's just between you and the locomotive is just the tender.
Okay. Should just call out like, there's a spider creature crawling about.
Quick query.
And alas, Soul's vitality is baseline.
Yeah, yeah.
Train sound. Real quick, you said you had a query, was it?
Yes. Since this thing landed on the locomotive, the part of the train I'm in, do I see this beast as it's scuttling going either over the hole in the roof or under the hole beneath me?
No, you do not.
Going
not
around
on
the sides.
Okay. It peels around the side, and though Jasper could not see it, it actually avoids any single sight line, contorting its body strangely to get around and moving so quickly and so quietly that it certainly doesn't act like a Scarred.
Am I completely unaware that it has landed?
Completely.
Or did I at least hear a thump?
Not even a thump. It landed delicately, splayed.
All right. Well, Jasper's planning to get back out there anyway, but let me know when it's actually my turn. Okay.
Soul, do you have any quick follow-ups?
Yeah, probably just jumping down after it, still shouting about spider thing.
Now, in this case, obviously you don't want to land on the ground next to the train. So are you going to be like holding on to the side of like the train, like on a hand grip or something like that to see underneath?
I was thinking the parts like between the trains, I guess.
Oh yeah, the coupling. Yeah.
Yeah, like to that area.
Yep. And as you peer underneath, it's so hard to see it because it's an underside of a train. There's a lot going on there. But eventually, Soul would see it. He sees two of its long bladed limbs kind of sizzle out and begin to like work their way at a great thick cable like an umbilical cord that reaches from the belly of the locomotive down between the rails. Think of it like those electronic buses that are hooked up to like a cable overhead by that funny little gantry up top. Imagine kind of like that, but like this train actually has a tether to the track that hooks it there and keeps it in place. Again, like an umbilical cord that zooms along with the train at speed.
Well, I don't want it messing with that. Probably shout at it, honestly, because that's what he would do. Face me, spider thing.
And as
I've sworn to protect these people.
And as he says this, he actually would see a few little ting, 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 like bits of steel cable fraying as its long blades gently and subtly work at the cable.
So my sword's pretty busted.
While you are considering, Phoebe, after shot after shot after shot, you suddenly go to fire and realize that it hasn't been reloaded.
Okay. Are we past the archway at this point?
Like pivoting your turret around to check, yes, you have passed all of the archways. There's like a gentle curve, and then there's a tunnel.
Okay. Okay. She would get out from the turret cabin and
does she want to go down into the car, or does she want to be up on the roof?
She would want to go down to see what's going on down there.
Yeah, and like I almost imagine her popping it open, almost like she had been woken up too early, like bleary, given all the thudding and the drumming and all that. It's just kind of a massive noise. She just hears buzzing in her ears, like there's a big wad of cotton in place. And she sees people trying to talk to her, but is not really in a great state to read lips at the moment.
Looking around, is a reason apparent why it's not been reloaded?
You see that people look concerned, like, and you see that there's waving and there's pointing going on, and they gesture up towards the loading bay and stuff like that. But eventually, one of them kind of gets the message that like you can't hear. He comes over to you and he like speaks in your ear. It's the one who's been checking up in the hatch. He says, "Hello, can you hear me now?"
Yes, I can.
And he says, "We have only 3 shells left. We did not know if we wanted to use them all now."
No, probably not. We are far enough that things should be fine. Yes, I think that should be alright.
And
Thinking about it now, yeah.
he nods. He says, "Yes, and you've rebuffed the levelers of cities. So they should not obstruct our passage now."
Yes, yeah, exactly.
He claps you on the shoulder, maybe a little bit unexpected, like, "Oh God!" But and you see,
yeah.
it's jubilant. The atmosphere of the loading team is jubilant.
Okay, yeah. With that, she would be stepping out from the car to also get like some actual like fresh enough air and
Dusty,
feel the
fresh
wind
air.
to yeah. I mean, better than
helps with the sweat,
than in
for
the
sure.
turret.
Yeah.
And she would be looking around to see if everything looks clear, if she sees anyone of her fellow agents.
She would see Soul, actually, because she's coming out at the side with the tender, and she would see him vanishing behind the tender on the opposite side, the side facing the locomotive.
She would definitely, like, her eyes were already narrow from this all, but they're like, she would narrow them even more before carefully making her way over. Like, that does not look like normal movement.
No, and she would actually see him hanging down, like just kind of ducking out of sight to get underneath the train, like underneath the coupling between the tender and the locomotive. It's definitely not normal.
She's definitely very like she wants to think that she can celebrate, but she is definitely not gonna celebrate until they're actually like where they're supposed to be. So she heads over and like taps Soul on the shoulder, and while also making like a funnel at her ear, she would ask like, "Is something going on there? Everything okay?"
And Soul, in your position, like hanging underneath, you would feel yourself be like meep, 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 tapped. Sorry, what was the other thing from Phoebe first?
Yeah, no, she would just make it like at her ear so that she could actually like hear, hopefully, what he's saying.
Yeah.
And he would kind of lean back like, "There's a spider thing. I must destroy it."
A spider thing! How did that get there?
And just kind of nodding back toward the archway.
All right, well, let's take care of it.
Now, before we go further here, let's jump back over to Jasper.
Aye.
Now, Jasper, of course, you mentioned he was planning on going outside anyways. And so what would he be going off to do?
Well, at this point, since from the view screen of the train, he sees nothing ahead of them.
Yeah.
So he's heading back out and looking for his companions, basically.
And he would find them perhaps sooner than he expected. Like, no, he has opened the locomotive, and Phoebe is right there to his left, like down very low, and talking with Soul, who's like underslung, like underneath the coupling between tender and locomotive.
Okay, I guess I'm grabbing a rung and looking the other side. We're both doing this thing, I guess, to see what's under there.
And Jasper's heart would skip a beat when he sees the 2 great blades working their way gently through the massive steel cable that connects the train.
We need that.
Around.
Okay. Immediately, snap gesture. Both his remaining circling stones descent hurtling at the thing. I'm just aiming at the thing, hurting the blades. It's instinctual at this point.
And Soul would see the stones go whipping out. Phoebe, had you begun to take any actions upon being informed of this?
Yeah, she would have also like lowered herself down to get a view of this spider. And
She has the worst angle of the three, and so she would only
yeah.
kind of see the blades.
Um wasn't since she saw Jasper, she would, and he looks like he knows things. She would shout out to him, "Should I shoot the blades?"
And Jasper, after casting, like chucking out your circling stones,
Right.
you'd see that they do actually hit the blades, and while they don't look like they damage them, the blades rapidly retract, and you can see like a brief like skittering of limbs as the creature like leaves your sight, clearly trying to reposition itself.
Okay, this is a slippery bugger. All right. So all I
Told you,
know,
guns are too slow.
rocks are even slower, but I at least hit the damn thing. Anyway. All right. So all I know, I hit it, there was a slithering motion, and it's gone. It's
Yep.
basically what I'm seeing. All right. All right. It's attempting to target the train. If I can, like, I'll just duck my head up. I'll keep watch down here. See if it's going to come up. It's going to go for vital areas.
Responses from Soul or Phoebe to that?
Assuming any of them can hear me, which is the question mark at this
Phoebe
point.
cannot. Soul can.
Okay, so it's definitely not underneath anymore. It went around to the opposite side. That
or if it is, it's like hiding itself amidst the enmeshing of train parts. It's at least not around that umbilical.
Okay. Then yeah, he would probably respond like, "I'm going to take care of it," and he's going to like flip himself underneath the train such that he's like holding on like the spider thing is. This is an activation of my Hachimaki, because this is suicidal bravery and great personal sacrifice, potentially.
That sounds fair to me.
Yeah, this spider will not escape justice. To activate a limit break and spider my way towards it as I prepare a ultimate strike to use my Hachimaki powered upness with.
Now the big question, right? Normally limit break needs you to know where your target is, and it's of course slithered out of sight. Are you going to either wait till you know where it is to use the limit break, or do you want to try to blind target the limit break using energy work?
I want to activate the limit break just using the speed until I see it, and then activate the teleport.
Oh, I see what you mean there. Now I will say, you are in a ninja warrior like third stage position right now.
Yes.
This is even for triple plus might and triple plus vigor boosted by training weights. You can hold this position for sure, but going at speed in limit break, oh my god, that's brutally intensive. That is every muscle group burning sort of intensive. And so as Soul would skate like search with limit break in this awful recumbent position, he would drop into true red stamina. And he would feel his entire body screaming in protest. Now, before we get to Soul reaching the thing, let's jump over to Phoebe. Now, all that Phoebe knows, because she couldn't hear what Jasper said, is that Jasper stuck his head out and his mouth moved, and then Soul vanished. What does she want to do?
Well, she doesn't see the blades there anymore either. So she's gonna assume it went somewhere, and the most nearby somewhere is the front or the side of the locomotive. So she would open up the door to Actually, hold on, no. She would. That's probably not as well. She would climb. Actually, she would use those chains, hooks, and get up on the roof
Yep.
to, if it does climb all the way around, to intercept it.
Yeah, and does she want to be like moving towards the front of the train as well?
Yes, yes.
Totally. And then Jasper, after Soul completely ignores you, what would you like to do from there?
Okay. Well, how how restored am I from whatever was in the thermos?
You are still in red. The symptoms are kind of at bay, but it's certainly going to become more and more of a problem. But you do still have casts in you, especially, again, low, maybe a mid is going to be relatively safe. Multiple is going to be really dangerous.
All right. Well, I'm gonna ease back up from where I am, wang the maul into the side of the train, and see if I can activate Tremor Sense and find out where this thing slithered to.
Beautiful. Jasper has been working on this goddamn train for a little while now. He repaired the engine, for Christ's sake. And as he does so, he actually can feel it. He can feel it moving. It's on the front of the train, moving fast towards the wind screen.
Hell. All right, he's going for the engineer. Jasper bolts as fast as his body will take him.
Scrambling, opening the door, getting through. Is he going to be like yelling something as he's coming inside, or is he just getting towards the engineer as fast as he possibly can?
No, I will scream. The wind screen. Get away from it.
And as you are like shambling your way in with your maul over your back, Phoebe is up on top, rushing towards the front as well. Soul would appear at like the nose cone of the train, so to speak. He's like clinging in position, almost right at the front of the train. If it would hit a wall, he would get squished, right? That's where he's positioned. And he sees the creature right, like pressed down, spread eagled, such that it is not actually visible from the front of the train, from the windscreen of the train, slinking up from the side to go for the cabin. He can see the two bodies. He can like knitted together at the spine. He can see the two heads. Immediately one of them having noticed him. He can see the many limbs splayed out and multi-segmented in this elegant, awful little filigree pattern. Each limb tipped with some horrible blade or other deadly implement. It climbs around so effortlessly, despite the incredibly clunky and difficult surface. And as he gets into place with Limit Break, he is so tired that it is actually kind of hard to initiate the strike, especially because he's still in a freaking clinging position. What does he want to do?
I actually do not want to strike. I want to teleport to the creature's back in more of a grapple.
It doesn't have a back.
Interesting.
It's two bodies stitched together at the spine. It is made of front.
At an angle where I can at least wrap my legs as much as I can around its torsos and grab its heads.
And as you do so and grapple into place, it immediately folds its limbs in around you. What do you want to do as you are in this grappling position? MMA style, ground and pound, but like clinging to the side of a train, ground and pound.
Yeah. Holding its head, I want to activate an ultimate strike. My ultimate strike is going to be purifying penance, and this is actually not a physical attack. This is a mental attack. This is not penance there.
Legally distinct penance there. Got it.
Yeah, this is the goddess Seraphil turning her gaze upon this creature and forcing it to experience burning pain for every sin it has inflicted. every injustice it has wrought upon the world.
And Phoebe, you run to position at the front of the train in time to see Soul off the, like, in the front, like down near the ground, grappling the twin spine, it hooking into the train around it. You see him grabbing its head, and you see its limbs folded around and sticking him through his back in like 3 different places. But you also see its body is made of segments. Its twin bodies are made of segments, and those segments move independently. It moves like a blender, ripping and tearing at Soul as his fire engulfs its twin heads. It is a kind of a jaw-dropping scene. But is there anything that Phoebe would like to do as Soul and the twin spine are locked in combat together?
She will try to, like, there's been so many things that have been happened and so many things that she frankly should have flipped out at. But one of her things that is one of the reasons why the Enclave even took her in is she can at least outwardly keep a very cool head. So she will approach and get as close as she can without actually having to, you know, climb in any kind of way.
Does she want to like slide down the windscreen? Because she can do that while on her. That's,
yeah. And she will slowly, like she'll take out her revolver and like take aim, like not really actually fast at all, just take aim and activate her standoff to focus purely on the thing. I hope it would count as one target, but focusing purely on this one scar in front of her and slowly cocking her revolver and actually speaking like, why must you give us so much trouble? You know, we were already doing, like, we went through so much already, and now you're doing this. Really? Can you just, leave us alone? And trying to not only use the standoff to prevent it from aggressing, but also the perk of while she's focused on a single target, like social, like engagement with it will make it more susceptible to commands to try and get it to at least pause in its attack for a moment.
Oh, that's a big perk. That's as Lee would say, that's a goated perk right there. And Jasper, as you rush in, the en-henmindari leap to position. They take out their guns. They're good to go. And you would see Phoebe slide down the windscreen. And from her, thanks to where she's looking, you are able to kind of peer over in like an awkward sight line and see Soul being ripped to pieces. But suddenly the carnage would slow and pause. He is suspended in place, stapled to the train by way of the twin spine, his body stuck through with its blades that are literally like erupting out of his front, and the front part of his body ripped and mangled so brutally you can only see his rib cage, but his like intestines are hanging out in one place. It's probably one of the most gruesome injuries Jasper has ever seen in his life.
Yeah. And Jasper's just doing the one hand against the windscreen, bracing himself, watching this, because Jasper doesn't have a damn thing he can do about it.
And at the word "leave us alone," or the phrase "leave us alone," the twin spine buckles, and it and Soul start to fall off of the train to the side. The cliff side, by the way. As in the downward-facing cliff side. Soul is in no state to act at the moment. And Phoebe, it has certainly left you alone.
Yeah.
And from her position on the hood, it's not literally a hood, but the hood of the train, actions from either her or Jasper.
How mangled together are the two? Does it look in any way feasible to separate Soul from the twin span?
He is stuck through at 4 points.
So no.
It would be very tough.
Well, she has no idea what to do about it. She doesn't think there's anything she could do that wouldn't also bring the danger back. So what she will do is watch on and raise a hand as a salute.
And Jasper, what would you do? The low essence symptoms, while they are not making him hallucinate, even though he's normally rather a collected fellow, his emotions would be very exaggerated by this.
Yeah. I can still clearly see him from where I'm at, or
You can see him. He's not.
to
You
the
can see
side?
all of them, but you can see like his waist up.
As irrational as it is, just out of sheer frustration, Jasper punches the windscreen. He hopes he doesn't break it, but he doesn't care.
Thanks to the earth shaper on his fist, it leaves like a crack in it, but nothing worse, or like a chip.
That's pretty much all the energy he's got. So,
And as he is doing so, you can see that the en-henmindari, while they have their rifles out, you can see that one of them, they're looking, and you can hear them muttering and whispering, and you hear one of them speak briefly in Metro. Come on, do it. And Soul, you are in no fit state to act with just about any part of your body. Just about.
Does my jaw still work?
Yep.
Then as my final act, I will bite down.
And the taste in your mouth is chalky and almost has the slimy tang of tapioca to it. And a blissful quiet engulfs him. And the other two, as the train passes underneath the tunnel, would see Soul and the twin spine fall away into the great valley below. And the moment the train passes into the tunnel, you would feel your badges ping. Final actions.
If we weren't in a damn tunnel, then she would have some final actions, but seeing that, a shot into the air out of respect would not be a good idea. She'll just keep her salute for like a while longer before eventually pinging out. And definitely going to visit a certain place in the HQ at a later point.
And Jasper, final actions.
he turns to the engineers and to en-henmindari here. Remember him. Honor his goddess.
The engineer
Ping out.
looks pale and strained. The en-henmindari are as collected as they always are. And as Jasper is disappearing, he sees one of them say, "He will not be turned. He is too strong." And on that note, we will end the mission. Oh, Lord. Jesus Christ.
Indeed.
So much
That
went
was-
into that. Whew.
That was a roller coaster.
That was indeed a roller coaster. Incredible work. Before I forget, name for episode 1.
Hmm.
We'll sit on it a moment because there's stuff to go over. Beautifully done,
well,
all of you. Oh, yeah?
I was going to say Saul's final stand.
Yeah, we
They're in the
definitely have
title.
to honor Soul. Yeah.
Whole set is actually kind of cool. Hmm.
Let's do it.
Burning roller coaster.
I will happily take Soul's final stand. Beautifully done, all of you. As you can see, that was a scary freaking mission. I count like 10 discrete threats at you, which is like 8 more than I normally do. And you handled them great. I'd say that there were literally two things that I wish this team had. I wish that they had. One was communication. Because all of you had to just be like, hey, shit. And then, yeah. But the fact that you buddied up with some en-henmindari helped a lot, because you know they have the hand sign language, which was there on purpose, because I knew this would be a problem. And the only other thing is I wish you had more armor. That's the only other thing I wish this group had, is more armor. But goddamn, was this an intense mission. Brilliant tactical play. That's just going through as briefly as I can bring myself to. Let's begin with Phoebe. It's my first time hosting for Jules at all, and it's on this goddamn mission. Great tactical understanding of the gunslinger's kit. Great mechanical play. The way that you used your face concealment plus the duster effect to calm the Narvuli, that was awesome. Obviously, the high point was the entire sequence with the turret, which was just fantastic. But cannot underestimate just how good your tactical group management stuff was early on. It was great social play. It fit her very nicely. Her team combos were sick. The ending bit where she was rooting out the twin spine was awesome. The vision of her sliding down the top of the train and using standoff was fantastic. It was awesome. I love the character. I learned a lot about her on this one, and it was great to see.
Thank you. There's a lot in her that's not on the sheet, but she is a character that I very much like as well. Just playing and her herself, because that's not the first iteration of her existence. Let's put it that way.
I can tell. And thank you very much for saying so, Rest. It was awesome having you join us in chat. Yeah. Along similar lines, Jasper, my first time hosting for this particular character. Rich, you have really good characters. Every character of yours I play with has such a distinct voice. I think Jasper has got to be my favorite after this one, though.
Thank you.
Above everything else, the fact that you can lean so heavily into his engineering background, it makes sense every time, is brilliant. I loved the way that you pieced through the puzzles of the train. I loved the fix on the engine. I loved the sequence with the Shrieker coming down. I loved how you dealt with enemies early on and then in the mid thing. I loved how you leaned into your essence symptoms. Just brilliant frickin' play. And you pushed that poor bastard's kit to its literal. You used every frickin' item and ability besides Stone Skin. Christ.
That is, and the only reason I didn't is because it would have killed me at the time I could have used it. I have never had a character pushed so hard before. That was a hell of a ride.
Yeah, it was. I felt it, but you worked with the punches. Boy's got to get some will.
Yeah. Oh, that's already written down on my character sheet for next level.
Awesome. Actually, something both you and Phoebe did well. I don't think I've seen a combat mission where a single +2 intelligence was so relevant. So relevant on both characters. makes me want to see Jasper with even a higher instat. I don't know if that's something you plan down the line.
Oh,
but
it's going to happen.
yeah. Safety goggles.
University educated. That's going. Yeah, that was beautiful.
The safety goggles was sick.
Item has saved me so many times. It seems like the weakest part of the kit.
And yet, it's awesome. So I thought that was fantastic. Just genuinely. And then the tremor sense at the very end to find the twin spine. Oh, also, because the fact that you were like, okay, I got to get to the engineers literally right the hell now. Yeah, if Soul hadn't decided to kamikaze, then the engineers were boned. Like, because that thing is meant to be fast. That thing is meant to be the scarred stealth like assassin. And you figured it out. You pieced it apart. Also, I don't know if you picked this up. The train having an umbilical was the reason why tremor sense worked so well.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. I'm sure that the mechanics of this frickin' vehicle will be pieced apart more in future missions. Especially if Dippy's on him. So lastly, of course, Soul. Holy shit. My second time hosting for this character. What is it with me, like, leading to character deaths the second time I see one of your characters? This is the second time it's happened.
Shonen is kind of like a vigor berserker, so, the playstyle is similar, so it doesn't surprise me.
You balls to the wall, glorious. You roll with the wounds. The high speed impact is the sort of thing that would down most characters. Not here. The saving the training weights was so smart because God, you frickin' needed those at the end. And
yeah,
I
figured I would.
I don't know if I've ever seen a character with triple plus vigor that just eats their stamina. Like, I mean, I've played with 2 shonen now, and the class just eats stamina, but Soul in particular, you just tank him around all over the bloody place. It was awesome. Every ability used perfectly. Never Say Die. It was fantastic. Yeah, the most shonen of all shonen, and he played frickin' fantastically. I genuinely do not think, like, God, imagine if that initial crash landing had actually taken out Soul for the mission. Devastatingly bad.
Yeah.
Devastating.
Things would have went off the rails.
Good one.
I was going to say, mission 2, everyone's dead. We're going for ice cream. It's like, I don't.
Awesome.
It's
Freaking awesome. So yeah, Rip Soul, what an awesome character. That was a fantastic send-off. I just wish I got to see it.
I'm sorry I couldn't save him the third time.
Yeah, seriously.
I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, God. And I think you used 3 ultimate strikes on that mission. I counted 3 and 3 limit breaks.
3.
Sounds right. Yeah.
That sounds freaking right. God damn. Awesome. Hachimaki at the end was sick too because it let you do the thing. Yes. As you saw, that thing was too freaking fast to be caught in like a conventional ultimate strike. And so the fact that you just like grappled it was actually such a good play. The whole like I'm gonna grab it around the back thing was pretty funny too. But as you can see, thing's a Beyblade, right? It can fuck
brutal.
you up at any direction. When I have done the Scarred in the past, the twin spine have been such a big threat that there were some players back in the day, you could say the word twin spine and they'd be like, fuck, where? Like,
Open out.
Yeah. A pure hyper combat class, admittedly on very low stamina, was a match for it. But yeah, there's fantastic send off. I hope you're pleased because you did beautifully.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. Hachimaki kind of demands some suicidal bravery and sacrifice. So it was really just the gamble of, will I get blendered or will I be able to pig out in time?
Yeah, and it was so freaking close. It's a great calculated risk. But honestly, for all of you, beautifully played. You really did a great job of pushing yourself to the very frickin' end. Something I forgot to mention for Phoebe. Great job with your ammo reserves. You did, actually, it was so tempting to just blow all ammo, but you used it really well. You didn't hoard it, and then like you made use of it when you need to, and then shifted things. All of you did a great job pushing your characters to the edge, and that was what, frankly, this chapter demanded. Do any of you have final thoughts before we wrap up? Sam.
Aside from
It
just
was
reiterating,
epic.
hell of a ride.
Yeah, crazy mission.
Yeah.
Love the enemies. Really terrifying, honestly, like horrifying, and in their way. So yeah, I love the setting. 10 out of 10 would come back.
Oh, good. Perfect. I'm glad.
Very curious to see what happens in the next sessions.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be a very different tone because that's what makes series so great. But I pretty much can guarantee you we're going to have at least one more high combat session before we wrap this sucker out. And it's great to be able to bring you guys the Scarred. The Scarred are one of my oldest recurring enemies. I first made them on, I think, Enclave's 20th ever mission. And so getting to bring them back after all this history is very fun.
I give it what I call a high compliment. Thanks, I hate it.
Yeah. God, and the first time they were fighting medieval enemies. So they weren't nearly as scary. Beautifully done. And I cannot wait to see what happens on the next episode of this series. But I say we sign it off from here. Let's go on the same order we start with. Detour, and then Rich, and then Jules.
Right. Once again, I've been Detour. I had a lot of fun playing Saul. He's a lot of fun, but shonens put themselves at risk, and that's what happens. Death is a real thing in Enclave. It wouldn't be fun if the stakes weren't there. So, no regrets.
Beautifully said. I couldn't agree more. And Rich.
Again, I'm Rich DiTullio. Had a wonderful time, and as soon as Jasper gets out of the intensive inpatient therapy he needs, he'll be right back into his next mission.
Perfect. And lastly, Jules.
I'm Jules, just Jules, and Phoebe has definitely some places to visit after this, and some respects to pay, but honestly, she respects Thoth's choice to take this enemy out by, taking himself out with it. That is a sacrifice that will not be forgotten until anyone that she tells about it dies.
Beautifully said. And as always, my name is Robbie Howell. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch, and ciao for now.